Super Nintendo. Okay, this thing revolutionized video games, man. It was one of the earliest points in history where it felt like the craft had been refined. Games had this new layer of polish to them. Things worked better, looked better, played better. Video games were starting to get really good. But man, when I was a kid, to me, it was that dumb little box at summer camp I tried maybe twice that played gross games like Earthworm Jim and Battletoads. Blech. I actually never had this thing as a kid. I started with the NES, but then I leaped straight to the N64. I may have played a lot of 2D games growing up, but it was always on the original Nintendo. My experiences with this guy here, they're much more limited. It wouldn't be until my last couple of years of elementary, well into playing the GameCube, that I would finally get a real look at what was on the thing, thanks to a couple of friends that had it. I'd fall in love with Kirby Superstars 2-player co-op, I'd get my first taste of DK Country 2, but my favorite ever was when I got to park my butt down on a buddy's carpet, watch them play through Chrono Trigger, and I would watch one of my favorite stories unfold for the very first time. Between the Nintendo DS, the GBA, and the Wii Virtual Console, I did get to experience some of these games myself. I caught up with many of the classics, but as far as the OG hardware goes, this is by far the Nintendo console I've played stuff on the least. Yeah, even the Wii U I've played more of. My first time owning one of these things was high school. Bought a piss yellow SNES with a big ass crack in the side of it from a friend so I could play Final Fantasy VI, but onward from that, I never really had much for Super Nintendo. I mean, look at that, that's my entire collection. Oh, what's that gold cartridge? A rare limited version of A Link to the Past? No, it's Madden. I had a friend give this to me as a prank years ago, and to this day, it is still one of the funniest things I own. Huge shout out to Adam for that one. But anyway, in this tiny collection of mine, there is this one game that a fan donated to me years and years ago that I've always been really curious about, and I've always wanted to play it. And that game is called Plock. Wish I could remember who it was. This was probably the first donation I ever received. It was years ago, and it was kind of before I started writing these things down like a responsible person, so email me if you see this, I would love to give you credit. Plock! That sounds like the sound of a bag of diarrhea hitting the kitchen floor. Plock! I used to see people talk about this game sometimes, not a whole lot. I don't really know a ton about it. I do know that you throw your arms, kind of like Rayman. But aside from that, I really don't know a whole lot about this game. So let's plock it in and see who made it. Oh wow, no logos or anything, just like a wall of text with everybody involved. Plock was headed by the Pickford brothers, John and Steve. That's gotta be short for Steve, yeah? They've been making stuff as far back as the ZX Spectrum. Worked with Rare for a number of years during the NES days, working on games like Wizards and Warriors 2 and 3. Wow! Dude, I loved Iron Sword when I was a little kid. Oh, there's one for another day. Shout out to Fabio on the cover. Later on, the two would work at Software Creations, where they made all sorts of stuff on Super Nintendo, including yours truly. Well, I gotta say, those brothers made quite the funny little guy here. Why don't we see if the game's any good? That harmonica sounds weirdly good for Super Nintendo. What the hell? It doesn't have that soft MIDI sound like usual. If you wait for a little bit here, you get this little tutorial thing. That's pretty cool. Usually they just play a gameplay demo, but here they have these little animations focusing on different actions and text explaining how the game works. That's a little bit more than games usually do, so it's... Wow. Well, push select for options. What is this pose? It's like... Normal or Child's Play. Okay, so on Child's Play, most of the enemies take way less hits, and some obstacles you can even knock out entirely, which you normally can't do, but that seems a bit too easy, so we're gonna play on normal. Plock's house, one fine morning. What a fab day. Nice and quiet. No worries. It doesn't take too long before Plock realizes that somebody stole his flag, and just like that, he goes from cotton candy to a cranky cactus. Who's got my flag? You'll be sorry, whoever you are. He's looking for it with a telescope. That's just adorable. Where is it? Where could it be? We pan across the entire world map before Plock spots it right over there on Cotton Island. There'll be trouble, I'm coming to get ya, and the limbs are going to fly. Goodness gracious me, this kid's gonna commit a crime. The music changes to, I guess, the hub world theme or the map theme or whatever. We watch Plock jump in a boat, go over to Cotton Island, and here we get the first level. Oh, right, he meant his limbs. Well, that's pretty cool. It is a pretty fun way to attack, kind of like Rayman, but you don't charge the punch by holding the button down. No, just a single tap of the button that fires the limb out, and you can mash it. Oh wow, the legs too! This is pretty dang fun. Popping out all 4 shots real quick. Oh, if we don't have legs at the moment, we can't walk. You start bouncing until one of your feet come back. That's a pretty cool mechanic, actually. Bouncing can really mess you up. You could take damage or even lose a life, so while it can be beneficial to completely overwhelm your opponents with all 4 limbs, doing so comes with the risk of having less control over the character for a few seconds. As far as other actions go, we've got a standard jump on B, but if you press the A button, he'll do this twirling high jump. Having 2 jump buttons to give you different heights and arcs is really helpful here. Navigating the environments always feels really cozy with these 2. You get to decide how high you want to pop over enemies, depending on how many there are or what kind of terrain you have to deal with. Usually games will have the character's speed affect your jump's height, but Plock only runs out 1 speed. There's no way to run in this game, so combine that with having 2 different jump buttons, and you get this really nice and comfy play control that creates a really good pace where the player can really take their time and have all the control to react properly. Definitely nowhere near as hard as something like Rayman, but it is still pretty challenging. Your health bar may look pretty massive at first, but enemies drain through it pretty fast, so you can't just be tanking all the hits whenever you want. You are gonna have to get through a lot of this without getting hurt that much, which can be really challenging sometimes. Some of these enemies can be tough or come out of nowhere with not much time to react. It's the kind of thing where you're probably gonna die a couple of times until you figure out each enemy's behavior and placements and stuff. Not the world's cheapest stuff or anything, but it did sometimes take me a couple of tries. Man, the combat here is pretty dang fun for how little there is to it. Just mashing out a flurry of punches and kicks and maneuvering yourself away from the enemies and projectiles in the process, and all the while making sure not to hit that button 1 too many times and put yourself at a disadvantage. There's also a really good sound effect for when you fire a limb, and another one to let you know when a limb has returned. So there's this solid game feel where you usually know in most moments exactly how many limbs you currently have to work with. Some enemies get really annoying towards the end of the game though. I'm mostly talking about these guys here. God, you have to hit them twice quickly to knock them out. But when you're doing so much dodging and they're doing so much jumping, it's just so hard to hit them a second time within such a tiny window. Especially when they have a shield. Good God, these guys can go to hell. I do like most of the enemies though. I especially love these guys, they're pretty cool. They rain down this flurry of projectiles, so you'll have to carefully get close and then you knock them over. And then you get to ride them away like a rocket. Oh, I didn't even mention the wasps yet. These are extra little projectiles that you're able to find. You only get so many throughout the level, so you'll want to make them count, but they're basically something that'll home in on the nearest enemy, making them a great resource for playing careful when you need to. I love how they just buzz around over your head. That's a pretty fun way to convey that you have them too, and that's definitely for the best because the HUD is already kinda bulky. So the actual goal of any given level is simply to make it to the end. Just get to the flag at the end and
Hey, this isn't my flag. This is making me mad.
I've been diddled again. Each time it's the wrong flag, so you get this little comical snippet of Plock being way too pissed off about this friggin' flag. God, I love this little dude. He's like if Joe Pesci played Elmo. Adorable. But dude's not gonna hesitate to clobber anybody who pisses him off. This ain't a case of Angie Kirby on the American box art. This is just actually who Plock is. And clobbering is something you're gonna be doing a lot of in this game. Pretty soon in, it turns out the fleas took Plock's flag, the evil fleas, and Plock wants his revenge. Every level from here on, it becomes about searching the map for every single flea and murdering them all one by one. From this point onward, you'll have to first find and destroy every flea in the level before you can touch the flagpole to finish. Now I know looking for stuff in a 2D space can be so hit or miss. Some games, it's a blast to navigate a 2D world. But other games, it's made annoying with verticality that constantly punishes you for falling down. Repetitive climbing, and you don't have enough screen space to see where you can jump, it can just be a nightmare sometimes. Plock does a pretty good job. I never felt super duper lost. There's plenty of direction to guide the player, and even the more non-linear levels, the different nooks and crannies, they're good enough at presenting themselves that it's unlikely you'll be wandering for more than a minute before you find what you missed. And just fighting these fleas is really fun too. They love to spring up into the air, and they take a lot more hits than usual, so you're gonna be weaving under them and using the environment to your advantage. And the game always gives you a pretty good idea of how many are left too, so there's never that annoying sense of like, are we there yet? If you want some help taking down those fleas, you can find a power-up. There's tons of these. If you find a big box, Plock busts into it and he gets a costume. There's the hunter that lets you blast guys away with your shotgun. There's a firefighter that's, I guess he's fighting with fire, not the fire. There's a fireworks explodey guy that launches rockets. They're all just variations of like a wide-spreading attack, so no matter which one you get, it'll always be really helpful for clearing the path forward. Yeah, as far as the gameplay goes, that's pretty much all there is to it. It's actually really fun. Like, the controls are tight and precise, the combat and platforming are both very simple but very effective, and the level design's pretty good so far. I mean, something tells me this game's gonna get really hard out of nowhere, but let's move on, we'll see. After 8 levels of the cozy Cotton Island, which is before we're fighting the fleas or even know about them, we then get our very first boss fight.
Aha, so it's you, Bobbins brothers, who are behind all of these
Shenanigans? My grandpappy warned me about you.
You'll never get your flag back, Plock. We'll stamp you out for good.
Oh my goody goodness, what the they're relentless. How are you supposed to deal with this? Between them jumping at you constantly and there being 2 of them and the music is just... oh my god.
Where'd he go?
Why is the boss music this freaking awesome? This is like unbefittingly awesome. This is like if you played Metallica over freaking Katie and Orby. Why is this like the sickest fight music ever for Plock? Come to
enjoy the refreshing sweet flavors of apple, lemon, and lychee.
With San Miguel flavored beer.
Come to think of it, the music overall has been really, really good. Who composed all of this? Jeff and Tim Fallon. Where have I heard that name before? Tim Fallon. Oh, I know that guy from somewhere. Oh shit, that's a Silver Surfer guy. That game has ridiculous music. What else did... oh my god, you're joking! This is the guy? This is the guy who made the soundtrack for Pictionary on NES. Wow! I know that sounds like a ridiculous sentence. It sounds like a joke. I'm not joking. Have you heard the music to Pictionary on NES? This guy is just notorious for going all out when you don't need to. It didn't matter if your game was about mowing the lawn or unclogging toilets. This dude was gonna write you a soundtrack that is a buffet to the ears. I'm not too sure if he does any game stuff these days, but dude, back before consoles went 32-bit, this guy was out here making the most ridiculous sounding stuff that any of these old machines could even produce. I'm talking playing with barely any audio channels and still somehow getting a soundtrack that sounds like a party in your TV. Dude was always pushing what each piece of hardware was even capable of when it came to sound. So, you know, it does seem kind of silly to make these ridiculous soundtracks for games that don't really need them. But personally, that really speaks to me as a huge passion for the craft. This is a guy that wants to do his best, and he wants to get these things to sound really good despite the limitations he's working with. Though he didn't always do it alone. A lot of times he would even work with his brothers, Jeff and Mike. Jeff even helped with the music and sound for this game, actually. And I would argue they did a pretty freaking good job of making this game's music. It's just got this chaotic embrace, you know, like the melodies rarely resolve. Each note tosses you right to the next with this non-stop momentum. You're just soaring through all these different instruments and moods and feelings as the level scrolls on. It's not meant to have a beginning, middle, and end. It's not something that needs to tell a story as much as it's something that marches alongside you and keeping you company, inspiring confidence in your ability to complete the level at hand. I mean, dude, like, there is this one level that I got sent back to multiple times after losing all my lives, and, you know, losing progress always sucks. I'm in a shit mood playing this stupid Super Nintendo game. But then the music does this. like magic, it's all better. I want to play Flock again, and not only that, but I'm gonna do a better job this time. I'm gonna get hit less, I'm gonna waste less lives, I'm gonna be in a better position when I get back to where I was. I can do this! Let's do this. And thank goodness for that too, because some parts of this game can be really patience testing. So back to the boss fight, I get my butt kicked, but after trying again, I find the pattern. Hitting them makes them bounce, so you gotta try and keep up this momentum of knocking them up in the air and over you. It's a pretty fun fight actually, once you get your hands wrapped around it. Onward from here is where the level design starts to get a little bit more creative. You got these targets you can smack to trigger mechanisms, but doing so will have you lose one of your limbs for a bit. You won't get to recollect it until you find a coat hanger that is hanging from. That is just silly and great. They do a really good job of tutorializing this at the very beginning as well. You get both mechanisms involved right here in front of you. You see what it does, the cause and effect, the loss of a limb, how to recollect. This is actually really good game design right here. Hey, I like to appreciate good game design when I can, and Plock is doing that show, don't tell learning that makes games really efficient at making you learn how things work without wasting any of your time. Alright, so spending those limbs and then trying to hang on to as many as you can during the later parts of the level, that soon becomes the whole puzzle here, and sometimes it's really fun, rationing out each limb, trying to set things up so you can recollect them before advancing. Some levels it can be a little annoying though, like this one here, you have no legs and you have to hop through the whole thing. It's a great and fun idea for the gimmick of one stage, but the problem is that the level itself is just way too long. Like, it would have been great if it were half the length or something. But no, it's really long, and along the way, there's a bunch of those annoying shield guys, so it's like, great, good luck, and then you die, and then when you die, you have to do all of this over, and it's just too much. The worst level in the game, though, at least in my opinion, is easily Acrylic's Creepy Forest. Oh my god, okay, so this place has awesome vibes, great atmosphere, and fantastic ambient music. I really loved being here and soaking it in. But playing the level is a different thing, because there's one single game mechanic here that ruins the entire friggin' pace of it, and that would be these spiky revolving doors. You just gotta wait, just wait, every time, and then get through. Like, okay, that would be fine if there were one or two of these, but there's tons! There's so many of these all over this frickin' level, so like imagine you're spending this much time waiting for every single one, but then something shoots at you while you're waiting and you die, and now you have to do it all over and wait for every single one again. If these doors weren't here and you could just walk through every one, it would be fine. But no, you have to wait over and over and over every time. You can't even tank any of them either because they do way too much damage to risk it. Sometimes they even make you awkwardly dodge annoying crap while you're waiting, which can make it really irritating to get the timing right. How are you supposed to walk through with the precise timing when I'm keep pulling myself away from lining myself up because I have to dodge these projectiles? God, dude, I really hate this level. This was the first stage to make me physically angry. I grew so friggin' impatient with this area that it was always a huge load off the shoulders every time I would get to the end of it. And yes, I had to get to the end of it multiple times. I had to beat this level 3 times, because you know what this game does? You know what this game loves to do? Send you back, lose all your lives, and you're going back to an earlier level. So, I guess it's time to have that awkward conversation about progression, lives, and continues, because this is a game that uses all that. It's a game where that has led to many irritating moments for me. It's kind of been a very heated, debated topic over the last 2 decades, and it's something I do have very mixed feelings about, so why don't we explore that a little bit here? Alright, so along the way, you're going to be collecting all of these seashells. Get 100, and you get an extra life, or a bonus block, as the game calls it. You really want to stock up on as many of these as you can, obviously, because they're going to help you along the way, but even more helpful than that are the block continues. Now, usually a continue, you run out of lives, you click continue. If you have one left, some games limit them, but some have infinite. But yeah, you click continue, you're thrown a few new lives, and you restart from either that level or that world. It's an extra chance to not lose your progress. But a block continue, well, it's a little bit different from your usual continue. the checkpoint gets made at the level you got that Ploctinu in. So say, if you got a Ploctinu on level 6 and then you died and lost all your lives on level 12, you'll be brought back to level 6 where you got it. But then it disappears, which means you no longer get that checkpoint anymore if you lose all your lives again. So I guess from there, let's say you got another Ploctinu on level 9, and then you died again at level 12, you'll be sent back to level 9 this time. But again, the checkpoint you earned then disappears, meaning you have to grind another Ploctinu before losing all your lives again, or else you lose that continue, you lose that checkpoint. I guess there are a couple of permanent checkpoints, one after the second Bobbins Bros fight, early enough on, and another after the second last boss, right before the final stretch, but that really isn't enough. If you don't get another Ploctinu in time, it's perfectly likely that you could end up redoing over a dozen levels. And when some of them are this annoying, well, that kinda makes me want to stop playing. And it's not even like a Ploctinu is that easy to get either. You have to either find 4 red check marks, which are not guaranteed to be something you'll even find on that level, or you have to beat the level without dying once to get just one more. It is just annoying enough to get a Ploctinu that, after being sent back to one, it just becomes this incredibly stressful thing, praying you're gonna find enough red check marks before you lose all your lives again, and praying that maybe you can beat 1 or 2 levels without dying once. Because if you don't do that, well, the game's just gonna get really hard again, and you're gonna lose all your lives, and then you might get sent back even further. Which, like, I get it, right? It's that classic arcade tension, you know? You want good performance now to benefit you later. It's a challenge, and you want to feel like getting better at the game is actually rewarding you in some way. But what actually ends up happening is me playing a level that's not even all that hard, but I know I'm gonna lose so much progress if I make even one more little tiny mistake because I don't have many lives left, and I don't have another Ploctinu yet, so it just feels like I'm watching Elmo's World with a freaking gun to my head. And playing a fun game under that stress, it makes the game far less enjoyable in my opinion. But on the other hand, I guess it did make completing the game feel like a pretty massive achievement. Again, like it's not the hardest side scroll in the world or anything, but it has just enough bullshit to make dying and losing all your progress a real possibility. One that doesn't always feel justified because you didn't really know the new level that well yet and unexpected obstacles kicked your ass, especially with a narrow 4:3 aspect ratio that doesn't reveal obstacles until you're rather close. So with all of that in place, I was given this game that looked like Sesame Street my goddamn all! Utmost attention paid and reflexes in full effect. I was learning the stages as I replayed them, I became more familiar, until I was able to knock them out with less and less mistakes made. Sure, I got pushed back here and there, but with every blow back, I would strike forward stronger. And that is a really great feeling, learning and getting better and showing the game who's boss. So while there absolutely are arguments against lives and continues, ones that I totally even agree with and have even made myself before on this channel, playing Plock kind of did make me appreciate the tension and stakes that lead to these satisfying payoffs. I mean, you're always crafting a better future for your playthrough in every little moment. It gives the collectibles value, and it rewards the player for getting better and performing well. Still though, I really do think the player should have more control over this sort of thing because that's just not necessarily what everybody wants from a game. And sure, there is the Child's Play option, but that option just entirely skips some levels and makes certain obstacles killable, which they normally aren't, and maybe I don't want to play with those 2 modifiers enabled, but I still want to play with more forgiving checkpoints. So I wish they at least had more options, kinda like how Crash 4 did. Though obviously you're not gonna see stuff like that in games from back then. But I can say what I would have done if I were making this game, so to ease up on that stress while keeping the tension, I would have added an option that makes the Ploctinu stay. If you got one in a level, no worries, that's as far back as the game would send you. But obviously, let's get real, if you're playing this game on literally anything other than a Super Nintendo, you will have saving options that'll let you easily get around these things if you don't like them, so there is at least that. But I played it on the Super Nintendo, and you know what that meant? Do you know what that meant? It meant that I couldn't save. If I turned the console off, I lost everything because there's no passwords and there's no save feature. You just have to beat this entire thing in one run, and it's not the kind of game that you can beat in like 30 to 40 minutes if you get a good run going. No, this took me like 6 hours to get through, and the entire time I had to leave the console powered on, even during breaks, or I would lose everything. And you know what that did to me? That created this terror hanging over my head, this idea that at any second something could go wrong and I could lose all of my progress and have to start the entire freaking game over, and I hated that. I hated that so much, and it gets even worse during the final stretch. Once Block finally gets his flag back from those fleas, he decides, no, that's not enough. I'm gonna take the fight right to their homeland. I'm gonna stop them from ever messing with me ever again. Cause you know what we're gonna do? We're gonna wipe them out. Jesus, Block, you don't mess with this guy, holy shit. If only the fleas could have known when they stole that thing that it would just lead to their entire colony being wiped out by Elmo. So after a pretty hard fight with this rock guy, that took me a number of tries, we then enter the Flea Pit, a gauntlet of challenges that has Plock riding all these different vehicles in each different level. And these are so freaking hit or miss. Some of them are really fun. I love the helicopter, dropping projectiles and hovering around. The UFO was really fun too, you know, keeping your airtime steady as you fire those lasers forward. But anything on the ground, like the motorcycle or the tank, it is really hard to take on all of these harder versions of the fleas without taking too much damage. You just don't have the mobility to really get out of the way that easily. And it gets so much worse when they make you platform on these swinging platforms in the tank. And I'm supposed to shoot that wall down, and every shot pushes you back a little bit with recoil, and the footing is this tiny! This many times in a row, too, without making any mistakes. Like, come on! That feeling of being at gunpoint, oh, that got upgraded to feeling like a rocket launcher's aimed at my house. Absolute peak stress here. And it hurt bad when I got really far in and died, and had to do all this dumb shit all over again just to get a chance at doing all this dumb shit all over again. But then, after many attempts and many hours spent playing frickin' Plock, we get to the final boss, the Flea Queen. Okay, we're hopping around in these spring shoes, and yeah, oh man, this is actually a decently fun fight. So you can't stop jumping, you're forced to work with these arcs that are given to you to get around those obstacles. It's a bit challenging, yeah, it's pretty hard, but I tell you, that music, oh, it's like a cylinder engine driving you to victory, man. God, it's intense, but it's not too frustrating or overly hard. It's just a great challenging final battle. What a great end to this game, for real. Once the Flea Queen is done for, the fleas are no longer around to bother Plock ever again. Yay! Wow! Ha ha ha!
Super bonus!
That's the score going up. I don't know what I'm doing. After Plock celebrates defeating the fleas, we plop down onto an armchair, take a long-deserved snooze, and watch the credits go. And then we get this. Your reward for beating this thing is this terrifying 3D Plock render with a pose that says yay, but eyes that will inflict terror. And that's Plock. And that's Plock. I'm not gonna lie. Beating this game felt amazing. It genuinely felt like I overcame a really fun challenge. But man, I do still think that the progression is a little bit too punishing. It just adds this extra element of stress that really doesn't need to be there. So as rewarding as that battle forward can really feel, I do think they needed to dial it back just a little bit. If you really wanted to save the whole no save states intended experience, I would think that you'd have to add a save feature, and or make the Plock-Tin-Use a permanent checkpoint instead of something that you use up, because like, I do like earning that sort of thing, but it feels cheaply unearned when they take it away. But as I said before, if you are playing this game, it's probably on something that'll let you use save states. But it would be pretty cool to see like a ROM hack or something that made those subtle adjustments. But yeah, all those frustrating issues aside, I did really like this game. It's got all the look of Sesame Street, but all the grit of Die Hard. If we're going to ignore like the punishing checkpoints, I would say the game itself is pretty challenging without being crushingly difficult, and that's what I'm looking for in a satisfying experience. Especially when you have such a sick soundtrack cheering you on. Now the visuals, I'm not quite as impressed by as the sound. I mean, don't get me wrong, it's not like by any means a bad looking game, but the shading can feel a little bit blotchy here and there, not so, I don't know, it feels like pillow shading sometimes. But hey, it's cute and colorful, the sprite work's probably not gonna blow you away or anything, but I do really love all of these flowery, button-eyed character designs. It's just got so much personality, and Plock has a lot of character to him too. The game is just so full of these silly moments that had me happily chuckling along the way. There's even this part where the game flashes back to Plock's grandfather, and we play a couple of levels in sepia with a mustache. And you seriously gotta give credit to the story. I mean, like, how many games back then were just about saving a person, or saving the world, or being the hero? We don't always need that crap. This is just a game about some dumb little guy who's at war with fleas over something really dumb. Like, I'm going to remember this delightfully stupid story, and I probably wouldn't have if it was about saving Princess Plock, It's got some problems, that's for sure, but I would still say that Plock is a pretty freaking good game, especially since you can just dance around the problems pretty easily by using save states, remove the stress from the situation, and you got a side-scrolling platformer that you're gonna remember pretty fondly. If you do like side-scrollers, that is. Well, I guess that's it for the Super Nintendo. Next time, we're going to be taking a look at a game on the N64. And it's funny, too, because I've already reviewed, like, so many 3D platformers on N64, so I figured this time, why not stay in the second dimension? I've wanted to play this game ever since I was a little kid when I first saw the box art at Blockbuster, and I really think it's high time I knock it off that bucket list. So, I'll see you guys next time when we talk about Mischief Makers.
Today's mission: take care of yourself, drink some water, get to bed on time, eat your parents, brush your teeth, get a little exercise, take a shower, please, goddamn. Hey, they can't all be singers. Today's mission: during conversation, see how long you can make up a story that has no real ending or middle or even a beginning, just a series of weird tangents that get more surreal and absurd as you go on, and don't let your friends get in a word edgewise. Just anytime they try to say anything, just shh, no, and keep going, just keep talking, and until they don't even know what the hell is going on. They're just like, what the fuck are you? Today's mission: ask to borrow a pen from a friend to write something important, and then write the words, something important.
The Phantom, exterior like fish eggs, interior like suicide wrist rags. I could exercise you, this could be your phys ed. Cheat on your man, homie. I tried to sneak through the door, man. Can't make it, the shit's stuck. Out of my way, son! Door stuck! Door stuck! Please! I beg you! We're dead! You're a genuine dick sucker! Yeah, I'm just going to friends.
Bomb has been planted. The pH of the human vagina ranges from around 3.8 to 4.5, or mildly acidic, similar to that of wine or honey. To maintain this pH, trillions of lactobacillus bacteria produce lactic acid, the same compound that gives yogurt and sourdough bread their tangy taste. Yum! On average, the vagina produces 1 to 3 milliliters of vaginal fluid a day, peaking at around 10 to 15 milliliters during ovulation. Because of the electrolytic ions such as sodium, potassium, and chloride present in the vaginal fluid, the electrical conductivity is around 0.5 to 5 millisiemens per centimeter. Millisiemens. A lemon battery, using citric acid, can produce around 0.9 volts at 1 milliamp or 0.9 milliwatts per cell. Using the same principles, it would take around 50 milliliters of vaginal fluid to produce the same amount of power in a juice-powered electrochemical cell. To generate 5 watts, or enough to charge your phone, you'd need around 5,500 vaginal fluid batteries, adding up to around 275 liters, or 72.7 gallons, of vaginal fluid in total. To generate 10 megawatts, or around the energy necessary to power a small city, you'd need over 500,000 liters, or about 147 million gallons, of vaginal fluid. To power the city of Los Angeles, entirely on vaginal fluid electrochemical cells, you would need 5.33 trillion cells, adding up to over 266.67 billion liters, or 70.45 billion gallons, of vaginal fluid. And if the entire ocean suddenly turned to vaginal fluid that you converted into individual vaginal fluid electrochemical cells, you could produce almost 24 terawatts, or about 1.5 times the amount of power the Earth uses on any given moment. That gives a whole new meaning to power. The average human male ejaculation contains about 200 million sperm, each carrying around 800 megabytes of genetic data. On average, each load adds up to about 160 petabytes, or more than twice the size of Google's entire search index. You've basically got the entire internet in your balls. The average speed of human ejaculation is approximately 28 miles per hour. That's 45 kilometers per hour for the non-Americans. That's why it's illegal to jerk it in a school zone. Now, the data transfer rate of ejaculation, based on the initial velocity of 12.5 meters per second and the estimated 160 petabytes of data per load, is approximately 102,400 terabytes per second, or a bandwidth of over 100,000 times faster than the fastest fiber optic connection on the planet. That means your mom is one of the highest throughput servers in existence today. Today's mission: hide a small Cornish game hen inside the turkey. When carving it, act horrified and exclaim, "Oh no, he was pregnant!"
Whiskas, complete and balanced nutrition containing omega-6 and zinc. Try Whiskas now.
Mag-Rexona para cool.
Pieces. This is my last resort. Suffocation, no breathing, don't give up if I cut my arm bleeding. This is my last resort. Cause I'm losing my sight, losing my mind. Wish somebody would tell me I'm fine. Losing my sight, losing my mind. Wish somebody would tell me I'm fine. Nothing's alright, nothing is fine. I'm running and I'm crying. Wake up, grab a brush and put a little makeup. I just start to fade away the shake-up. Why'd you leave your keys up on the table? Here you go, create another fable. You wanted to. Grab a brush and put a little makeup. You wanted to. I just start to fade away the shake-up. You wanted to. Why'd you leave your keys up on the table? You wanted to. I don't think you trusted my self-righteous suicide. I cry when angels deserve to die, die, die. Die, 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 die. Hey! I'm gonna get free. I'm gonna get free. I'm gonna get free. Right into the sun. She never loved me. She never loved me. She never loved me. Why should anyone come here? Come here. Come here. I'll take your photo for you. Come here. Come here. Come here. Drive you around the corner. Come here. Come here. Come here. You know you really gotta come here. Come here. Come here. Move out to California. Do what I want 'cause I can. If I don't, because I wanna be ignored by the stiff and the bored because I'm gonna hate to say I told you so. Alright. Do believe I told you so. Now it's all out and you knew 'cause I wanted to. Fell in love with a girl. I fell in love at once and almost completely. She's in love with the world, but sometimes these feelings can be so misleading. Can't think of anything to do. Yeah, my left brain knows that our love is fleeting. She's just looking for something new. Yeah, I said it once before, but it bears repeating now. Last night, she said, oh baby, don't you feel so down? When you turn me on, when I feel left out. So what'd you do? Well, I turned around. Oh baby, gonna be alright. It was a great big lie, 'cause I left that night. Yeah. Sickness, get out, come on, get down with the sickness. Get out, come on, get down with the sickness. Open up your hate and let it flow into me. Get out, come on, get down with the sickness. You mother, get out, come on, get down with the sickness. Get out, come on, get down with the sickness. Madness is the gift that has been given to me. We're the renegades of funk. 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 Let it all come out. This time I'ma stand up and shout. I'ma do things my way. It's my way or the highway. This time I'ma let it all come out. This time I'ma stand up and shout. I'ma do things my way. It's my way or the highway. But I'm on the outside. I'm looking in. I can see through you. See your true colors. 'Cause inside you're ugly, ugly like me. I can see through you. See to the real you. Ball with the bada bang to dang diggy diggy diggy. Set the boogie, set up, jump the boogie. Ball with the bada bang to dang diggy diggy diggy. Set the boogie, set up, jump the boogie. We are the youth of the nation. 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 Hey! I'm Slim Shady, yes, I'm the real Shady. All you other Slim Shadys are just imitating. So won't the real Slim Shady please stand up? Please stand up, please stand up. 'Cause I'm Slim Shady, yes, I'm the real Shady. All you other Slim Shadys are just imitating. So won't the real Slim Shady please, please, please stand up? Slim Shady, won't you please stand up? Stand up, Shady. Stand up, Shady. Stand up, Shady. Shady, won't you please stand up? Hey!
Watching Freightbait News. John Brinkley was a doctor who made a fortune by implanting goat testicles into men. You heard me right. He would cut open a man's ballsack, shove a goat nut inside, and then sew it back shut. This miracle procedure was promised to restore virility and cure infertility, but oftentimes just led to sepsis and death. He was sued over a dozen times for wrongful death, but still gained leagues of patients, including judges, high society aristocrats, and movie stars. By late 1920s, he was immensely wealthy, living in luxury. In 1923, Brinkley founded KFKB, a radio station that promoted his goat gland surgeries. Through his medical question box segment, he offered listeners advice and prescribed patent medicines he had conveniently sold, making him even richer. Brinkley's charm and relentless self-promotion made him a household name, and people eagerly bought his promises of renewed vitality. In 1930, Brinkley ran for governor of Kansas as a write-in candidate, using his radio station to campaign. He gained significant support, but ultimately lost due to legal challenges and vote tampering accusations. Meanwhile, the American Medical Association, led by Dr. Morris Fishbein, labeled Brinkley a charlatan, and the Federal Radio Commission revoked his broadcasting license for fraudulent practices. Undeterred, Brinkley moved his operations to Mexico, setting up a powerful border blaster station that reached into the United States. However, mounting lawsuits and fraud charges caught up with him. In 1939, he faced millions in damages, bankrupting him and destroying his once glamorous empire. Brinkley died in 1942, destitute and alone. His legacy serves as a cautionary tale about the dangers of unchecked medical practices, the power of mass media, and the lengths people will go to believe in a miracle cure. Today's mission: bring it to a garage sale. now and attempt to buy it. Hey, excuse me, do you know if this is dishwasher safe?
Bite it, sip it, drink it. Just add zero. Just add zero.
Imagine your personal space station. You made possible. Ford Territory.
Tulong para alaga ang puso, resistensya, mata at buong katawan. Centrum Advance.
Good luck.
damage.
Get visibly clearer skin in as early as 7 days with the Derma Skin Clear Routine from Nivea. Try now.
Wherever, whenever, your coffee bestie. City Cafe. Grab a cup now.
Did you know there's a secret world hidden inside the original Super Mario Bros.? It's called the Minus World, and you've probably heard of it. But did you know that the Minus World trick works on other Super Mario games too? In this video, we're going to try to gain access to every Minus World across all releases of Super Mario Bros. Now, the original trick goes like this. At the end of World 1-2, at the part where you'd normally access the secret warp zone by running up top of the screen, there's a glitch where you can travel through the wall, entering the warp zone before it's loaded. Now you can do this trick in a number of ways, but the most popular methods are to either leave one single block against the pipe, then jump backwards off the pipe, backing your head into the wall. The other way to do the trick is to crouch jump into the corner of the wall. This method is the easiest for most people, and you don't even need to break the bricks to do it. Now once you get into the wall and enter the first pipe, the game actually sends you to world 36-1. But the graphic to represent the number 36 is blank, which gives the illusion of world -1. The stage itself is interesting in that you are seemingly trapped in an underwater stage, specifically world 7-2, that loops back around forever, essentially locking you in a cycle that never ends, making the game unbeatable. Surprisingly, this glitch carried on past the original release, with the next notable version being the Japanese-only re-release of Super Mario Bros. For the Famicom Disk System, Nintendo's floppy disk add-on for the Japanese Famicom. In this version, the Minus World is accessed the same way, but instead of taking you to an underwater stage, the game takes you to a twisted version of stage 5-3, with all sorts of strange glitches. You can swim through the sky, there are crazy color palettes, Princess Toadstools floating in the sky, random glitched out headless Bowser encounters. Man, this place is wild. It doesn't stop here either. You can actually finish the stage and move on to world -2, which is pretty much the same as world 7-3, the more difficult of the flying cheap stages. After that, you're on to world -3, which is just like world 4-4, except here there's bloopers trying to get you. This version of the stage doesn't have the maze element, and at the end of the stage there is no Bowser encounter, and Mario rescues no one. After this, it brings you back to the title screen, just as if you beat the game normally, with the ability to select which world you want to start on, and the game is also now in the New Quest Hard Mode difficulty. All Night Nippon Super Mario Bros. Was a special version of Super Mario, created for the Japanese radio program All Night Nippon. A lot of people call this one a hack of the original Super Mario, but this game actually uses the Lost Levels game engine, which does have some technical improvements over the original. In this version, it is possible to do the Minus World glitch, but what's interesting about this version is that the glitch has actually been fixed. When you enter the pipe, instead of taking you to the Minus World, the game spits you out at the end of the level, just as if you went through the level end pipe normally. The arcade version of Super Mario Bros. Is called Versus Super Mario Bros. And features stages that many would consider to be very difficult. Now, Nintendo knew what was up when they created this version, but instead of going in and fixing the glitch, they tried to make it inaccessible by removing the blocks closest to the pipe, so you couldn't do the glitch into the wall. Because of this, I initially wrote off getting into this Minus World legitimately, but I really wanted to see what was inside. Of course, let's pull out the cheat codes so we can swim anywhere. And thanks to the very bottom ground blocks having no left or right collision, we're actually able to swim underneath the wall and break up into the Minus World from below. And just as we thought, Nintendo didn't fix the glitch for this release either. This Minus World here is pretty interesting. It's an underwater stage like in the NES version, but instead of trapping you in World 7-2, in this version you're trapped in the small underwater section of World 6-2. Next, let's hop on over to the Super Nintendo to try the glitch on the Super Mario All-Stars release of Super Mario Bros. In this version, you are able to perform the glitch in the usual way, But Nintendo fixed this version so that the minus world pipe takes you to the usual world 4-1, just as if you went through the warp zone the way you're supposed to. Next, let's try the trick on Super Mario Bros. Deluxe, the 1999 Super Mario Bros. Remake for the Game Boy Color. And unfortunately, it's a no-go on this version. I don't think this game uses the original Super Mario Bros. Engine, so you can't clip into the bricks the way you need to get into the warp zone early. Different game engine, so it's not going to work. Next, let's turn our attention to the 2004 Super Mario Bros. Re-release for the Game Boy Advance. This version of the game is a straight port of the NES game, just with squished down graphics to accommodate the small screen on the Game Boy Advance. In this version, you're able to do the minus world trick in the same way as the NES version. And the minus world here is the exact same as the NES version, which I guess shouldn't be such a surprise since this is pretty much the original game running under emulation. Nothing for us here, let's go. Next, let's try something a little different. Back in 2014, Nintendo released NES Remix for the Wii U. Inside of this game is a version of Super Mario Bros. Called Super Luigi Bros., where you get to play the original Super Mario Bros. As Luigi with the entire game mirrored, so you have to go through the stages backwards. Surprisingly, the minus world glitch is possible on this version as well, but it's a lot more difficult. Luigi jumps a lot higher than Mario, which means you'll have to release the jump button at the precise time in order to pull it off. It is not easy, but it is possible. After about 30,000 tries, I was able to glitch into the wall and get into the backwards minus world. And surprise, surprise, this minus world is the exact same as the original game, just flipped around. So next, I tried the unofficial 2019 Commodore 64 port of Super Mario Bros. Being a port using the original code, you'd expect this one to work the same as the others. But this one is much better. First, you'll notice that this isn't world -1, it's world weird symbol 1. Is that a Bitcoin? So again, this is a swimming level, but this time set in a strange version of world 3-1. You immediately run into a swimming, hammer-throwing Bowser, followed by a section where you have to make it through a small hole between a pipe and a fire bar, guarded by a hammer brother. This stage is filled with crazy encounters like this. It's actually a good challenge, where it feels like the game throws everything it's got at you. After this, it sends you to World Symbol 2, which is stage 1-1, but here, all the pipes have piranha plants in them. This looks so strange. After that, it sends you to World Symbol 3, which is just the bonus room from World 1-1. And when you go in the pipe on the right, it sends you back into the same room, coming out the ground like a weirdo. And unfortunately, you're stuck there. And this is where the adventure ends. Very strange. Next, I wanted to try out the minus world on a very obscure port on a very obscure console. This is Super Mario Bros. For the PC Engine, or TurboGrafx 16 as it's known in the US. This is one of the earliest unofficial ports of Super Mario Bros., which is said to have come out back in 1993. You might notice the game running a bit faster than we're used to, but that's just how this version is. It's said that the coders based this one off the European release of Super Mario Bros., so when brought to a Japanese or US console, it'll play too fast. This version is based on the original code, so the minus world trick does work in this port. It's just a bit harder to do. This minus world itself is the same as the NES version, where it drops you into a World 7-2 underwater stage, and then loops around when you get back to the end. It's just really fast! So to wrap up this strange adventure, let's turn our attention to the unofficial Sega Genesis port of Super Mario Bros. Released back in 2010. The minus world in this port is very strange. Unlike the minus worlds from the other ports, this one is not a swimming stage, but rather a copy of stage 6-2, the piranha plant level. I didn't really notice anything different about this minus world versus the stage it's based on, but after this level, it takes you to a very sad world -2, where it's based on the cloud bonus stage, but here you fall from the sky and immediately die. I think this happens because the timer didn't load correctly and it doesn't give you any time. So as soon as it starts the clock, you're toast. Overall, it is a short Minus World, but it's cool to see it in action. If you enjoyed this video, make sure to leave a like on it. And if you haven't already, hit that subscribe button for more videos like this. Thanks for your time today, guys. Goodbye.
Hey, you guys wanna play board game? Let's play Monopoly! How about Kids Monopoly?
How about Monopoly?
How about Barbara Walters Monopoly?
Oh yeah, let's play cream with crappily. Let's make this happen before I start crapping.
I'm Shrek. I'm Woody.
I'm Aladdin.
I'm a tiny Monopoly board.
You got a 1 with 2 dice.
Do you want to buy Mediterranean Avenue?
Chance. You are the fire.
We all landed on the same spot. You know what that means? We're gonna throw all of our important life documents into the trash from across the room. My liberal arts diploma.
My birth certificate.
Birth certificate. My social security card. Social security. And I've got my left kidney. Free parking.
You know what that means.
You boys want a cold one? Railroad? Do you know what that means?
Seven. I landed in jail.
Give it to me!
I haven't seen my family in 5 years.
There's a Skittle where my hotel is supposed to be. Where's my hotel?
Income tax! Did you make any big purchases last year? Well, I bought a horse. I'll roll for you.
Don't touch another man's cubes.
Waterworks? You owe me $500.
I want to go home.
Now wait a full minute. This isn't a Monopoly board. This is a Ouija board. I'm a dead ghost. Spooky, okay.
Ayoko na! Break na tayo!
Okay, fine.
Mag-break na kayo. Refresh with Smart Sea.
Hey, Plankton. What's up?
Squash.
What the hell does that mean?
Squash.
Oh, for crying out loud! Can't you say anything else?
Squash.
This is getting annoying. Can we just ignore him and talk about something else?
Yeah, let's talk about how much of a loser Plankton is.
Agreed. He's never going to succeed in stealing the Krabby Patty formula.
Squash!
I think he means Dr. Junior. Guys, remember when he tried to be a doctor and failed miserably?
Oh yeah, that was hilarious. And remember when he tried to be a therapist? That was even funnier. Wow, Plankton sure has had a lot of successful careers with his one-word vocabulary.
Maybe we should all start saying it instead of actual words. It seems to work for him.
Yes, let's all become as intelligent as Plankton and only speak in gibberish.
Ask!
Oh man, this is too good. I can't breathe.
This is the best day ever. Thanks for the laughs, Blanky Poo. Don't worry, little goon. Maybe one day you'll learn another word besides Esquire. But until then, keep entertaining us with your one-word vocabulary.
Yeah! We could all use a good laugh every now and then.
And Plankton, you never fail to deliver. Ask.
Esquire.
Dead body looting, mutant shooting, penis youthing, rooting, tooting, Luger toting, Ruger loading, bullet throwing, way too long, Renee holding, triangle in my mango, your weapon to rap, flash color coded clips in an RPG hat, baby blue ammo, turn red when it claps, shoot your face in the fat, give you a dab and a slap, where the level boss at, I wanna click, click, clap, clap, click, click, clap that.
Spy around here!
Kinda smart.
Surprise, motherfucker! You good?
No.
There you go! Thank you! Let's have a fight!
I'm alive! Keep coming.
That was rubbish. Appreciate it. Get going!
Oh, quick streak. Hi. Now.
That spy is an enemy! Okay.
I've come to fuck you in the ass.
Thanks for the target practice, you punk bloody freak show.
Introducing Mogu Mogu, the stackable drink you gotta chew.
Shut up!
If you gotta act like savages, do it outside.
Come on, man. Hold out your arms.
Oh boy, jungle supplies.
Jumbo hoof.
Humba, humba, wumba, hoo.
Humba, humba, jumbo hoof.
This fun, Barzanga.
Right on, Samba. Humba, humba, humba.
What the? Why those little?
Humba, humba, wumba, hoo. Humba, humba, jumbo hoof. Humba, humba, humba.
Bart!
Uh-oh. Greetings, Buana.
We come in peace.
Bart, get me down from here.
But then he'll kill us.
Ты поспел разбудить меня. Не смей меня называть сырым. Supreme victory!
Think fast, Chuckle Nuts!
You got to pull the pin first, stupid!
You wouldn't know how to throw a grenade if your mother taught you! Return to sender!
You're doing it all wrong, laddie! Here! Let me show you how a real man does it!
The healing is not as rewarding as the hurting.
And another thing, you're ugly.
In January 2025, US President Donald Trump ordered additional American forces to deploy on Diego Garcia, a remote island in the middle of the Indian Ocean with a US military base. This move was prompted by growing tensions with Iran and the Houthis in Yemen, and just 2 months later, Diego Garcia became a launching pad for a US bombing campaign against the Houthis. But the military buildup wasn't just about airstrikes. Behind the scenes, the US government used its positioning on Diego Garcia as a form of political leverage to pressure Iran during renewed nuclear negotiations. All of this underlines a very clear fact. Diego Garcia is one of the most strategically important military outposts for the United States, not just for operations in the Middle East, but for projecting power across the entire Indian Ocean. However, Diego Garcia is actually not part of the United States, but belongs to the United Kingdom, which leases the island to the US. But now this arrangement is changing. In April 2025, the British government began finalizing a historic deal to transfer sovereignty over Diego Garcia and the surrounding Chagos archipelago to Mauritius in order to resolve a decades-long legal and moral dispute. Unsurprisingly, this decision has sparked an intense backlash in Britain and the US, as critics argue that transferring the islands will threaten British and American presence in the region. Later in May, the deal was signed, but to come into effect, it needs still to be ratified by both countries' parliaments. Some believe that the door is now open for powers like China to take advantage of this deal. But how did this tiny, isolated island become the center of a major geopolitical controversy? Why is the question of who Diego Garcia belongs to so sensitive? And could powers like China and India really use the situation to challenge the British-American military presence in the region? To find the answers, we need to untangle the tragic history of Diego Garcia, as well as the news coverage, which is much easier said than done. To effectively cut through the noise, Ground News is the perfect solution. With Ground News, we get a truly comprehensive overview of all the news sources that report on a specific topic from across the globe. Just take a look at this story about the UK finalizing the agreement over the Chagos Islands with Mauritius. I can immediately see that 39 news sources reported on this story, and it allows us to easily compare international headlines. This South African article, for example, focuses on the geopolitical consequences of the deal, while this British publication is highly critical of the costs it will inflict on the UK. But that's not all. Ground News also provides a lot of other extremely useful information, like how all these news sources lean politically, how credible the reporting is, and who actually owns them. My personal favorite is its blind spot feature, which helps me to burst my information bubble by highlighting stories that were mostly covered by one side of the political spectrum, like this story on Iran shrugging off the Trump administration's threats, which has mostly been reported by left-leaning sources. Ground News makes browsing the news much easier for me and can make it easier for you as well. Go to groundnews.com/politicswithpaint or use the QR code and you can get 40% off the Unlimited Access Vantage plan. Again, use groundnews.com/politicswithpaint in the description box or QR code to get this amazing discount. Thanks for Ground News for sponsoring this video, and now back to Diego Garcia. The Chagos archipelago, of which Diego Garcia is the largest island of, was uninhabited for most of its history. Arab traders and fishermen from the Maldives may have visited the island earlier, but it wasn't until the 1500s that they were definitely discovered by the Portuguese. However, the islands were largely ignored by the colonial powers until the 1700s, when the French, having already taken over islands like Mauritius, took over the Chagos archipelago and established coconut plantations there. To work those plantations, the French brought over slaves from Africa and Madagascar, and later laborers from South and Southeast Asia. Over time, these communities blended and formed a unique Creole culture known as the Chagosians, most of whom lived on Diego Garcia. The Chagos Islands then changed hands in 1814 after Napoleon was defeated. As a consequence, France was forced to cede most of its Indian Ocean territories to Britain, which included Mauritius and the Chagos archipelago. Under the British, slavery was abolished and the Chagosians remained on the Chagos Islands, living off fishing and working on the local plantations. And in 1903, the British decided to merge the administration with the island of Mauritius. Things stayed relatively calm on the islands until Diego Garcia's strategic potential began to be recognized during the Cold War. As the Soviet Union expanded its influence across the old world, the United States and the UK began looking for a permanent, centrally located base in the Indian Ocean, and Diego Garcia emerged as the best location. So the US and the UK made a deal. The UK would provide the real estate and the US the money and power to build and maintain a military base. However, there were two major problems. The first one was that the Chagos Islands were part of the British colony of Mauritius, which was destined to become independent. So, to keep the islands, the British decided to simply carve the islands out of Mauritius, which they did in 1965 by creating the British Indian Ocean Territory. Mauritius, under pressure and seeking independence, accepted the arrangement in return for £3 million, equivalent to around £50 million or 66 million US dollars today, and a vague promise that the islands would be returned to Mauritius when they were no longer needed for defense. At the time, there was a fierce debate about the legality of this deal, as it violated the UN General Assembly Resolution 1514, which specifically prohibited colonial powers from separating and retaining parts of a colony before granting independence. Nonetheless, the deal finally allowed the US to sign a 50-year lease agreement with the UK in 1966, which handed over control of Diego Garcia to the Americans for building their military base.
Enjoy 100 pesos off with code PANDA100.
But there still was a second problem, the Chagosians. At this point, between 1,000 to 2,000 people called these islands their home, with most of them living on Diego Garcia, but they were seen by American and British planners as a security risk and inconvenience. To clear the way for the base, the UK began a campaign to push them out. Plantations were shut down and jobs eliminated, while families were told they were being sent to Mauritius or the Seychelles temporarily, but later denied re-entry. One of the most disturbing allegations was that the local authorities began to kill the islanders' dogs to pressure them to leave. The last of the Chagosians were deported in 1973. Meanwhile, the military transformation of Diego Garcia accelerated. By the 1980s, Diego Garcia had become a vital base in the American global military architecture and later played an instrumental role in numerous US military operations, including the invasions of Iraq and Afghanistan. However, the legal and moral consequences of the Chagos expulsion refused to go away, and the UK came under increasing pressure from three sides. Firstly, from the government of Mauritius, which claimed that it was illegally pressured by the UK to accept the separation of the Chagos Islands. Secondly, by exiled Chagosians, who began bringing lawsuits against the British government. And thirdly, by the United Nations, which applied legal, diplomatic and moral pressure on the UK for several years to compel it to return the islands to Mauritius. Nonetheless, the UK was trying as hard as it could to resist the pressure. In 2010, for example, they declared a maritime protection zone around the archipelago officially to protect the local environment. Sounds great, but it forbade any economic activity, including fishing in the area, which basically made resettling the islands impossible. However, pressure was only increasing. In 2015, an arbitral tribunal ruled that this protection zone was illegal under international law, and in 2019, the International Court of Justice gave an advisory opinion that the separation of the Chagos Islands from Mauritius was unlawful and that the UK had to end the colonial administration as soon as possible. Britain initially refused to budge, but it became clear that its position was becoming diplomatically unsustainable. This was clearly demonstrated in 2022 when the Russian invasion of Ukraine began. The UK vehemently opposed Russian actions on the basis of international law, but its control of the Chagos Islands was undermining its credibility. So finally, the UK and Mauritius announced a joint agreement that would see Britain formally recognize Mauritian sovereignty over the Chagos archipelago. However, the deal would allow Britain to retain control of Diego Garcia under Mauritian sovereignty of 99 years, with the option to extend. Mauritius, in turn, would be allowed to resettle the Chagosians on the outer islands, but not on Diego Garcia, which will remain under US control through the Anglo-American lease agreement. The American reaction to this was mixed. The Biden administration supported the agreement, while the following Trump administration initially opposed it. But it seems that Trump has since dropped his opposition to the deal for now, as his administration believes that it won't threaten the existence of the US military base on Diego Garcia. However, there is still fierce opposition to this plan in Britain, because many see this deal as a betrayal not just of British strategic interests, but of the wider Western alliance. They also fear that it sets a dangerous precedent for other territorial disputes the UK has, such as Cyprus, Gibraltar or the Falklands. I actually made videos on the latter two, you could watch them later. And then there's also the enormous costs that it would involve, which the government estimates to be around 3.4 billion pounds or 4.6 billion US dollars in total. There are even some Chagossians who are against it and would prefer either independence or self-rule under the British. In May 2025, the UK and Mauritius finally announced that they signed the deal, but due to the massive opposition in the UK, it's still unclear whether it will be pushed through Parliament successfully. Which brings us to the situation we have at the release of this video. When looking at this dispute, its controversial history and the immense pressure coming from three sides on the United Kingdom, it's easy to understand why the UK government wants to make a deal with Mauritius. But what about the US? Why did both the Biden and Trump administrations signal that they are fine with this deal? Well, it seems that Washington is fairly certain that the deal will have little to no downsides regarding the security and functionality of Diego Garcia, partly because they were consulted during the creation of the deal. It will allow the UK to keep control of Diego Garcia for at least 99 years, so the US will have little problems prolonging the lease of Diego Garcia for the foreseeable future, which will come up again for extension in 2036. At the same time, there are a number of upsides. For one, it will end most discussions around the legality of UK and US control of Diego Garcia. For another, it would give the US a very long time window to build a working relationship with Mauritius. The Biden administration in particular was very sympathetic to the Mauritian cause and supported the negotiations. And the Trump administration now seems willing to build upon these foundations to make Mauritius a reliable partner in the Indian Ocean for the long term. But as already mentioned, many in the UK are not thrilled about that, because they will have to cover the costs of the deal and also lose a significant chunk of the exclusive economic zone along with the islands. Therefore, it's not surprising that there's so much opposition to the deal, and we could see it fall through in the UK Parliament, which still needs to ratify it. But whether the deal is pushed through or not, Mauritius is now surely on the radar of all the region's rising powers, like China and India, who are also trying to increase their influence in Mauritius. So could this be a real threat to the American presence in the Indian Ocean? When it comes to China, Beijing has long expressed interests in the Indian Ocean. It has established a military base in Djibouti, financed ports in Sri Lanka and Pakistan, and strengthened maritime links with East Africa. And with Mauritius specifically, it has intensified economic cooperation and supported Mauritian claims in the United Nations. Now, it's unlikely that China will be able to influence Mauritius to such a degree that it would try to kick out the Americans once it's legally possible. However, some have suggested that China could eventually seek a military base in the Chagos archipelago on their own. To be fair, aside from Diego Garcia, very few of the other islands are suitable for that, and those that are also likely candidates for Chagossian resettlement. But China does have experience when it comes to expanding islands in the South China Sea, which they could apply to some of the shallow banks and reefs in the area to create a workable island, and that would be a nightmare for the US. But there is another actor worth mentioning here that is often overlooked: India, which is arguably the most influential foreign country in Mauritius. In addition to its strong economic connections and growing security cooperation, India also shares deep cultural ties with the island nation. Close to 50% of Mauritius' population is Hindu, and the vast majority are at least partially of Indian descent. This gives India a lot of soft power, which it can wield to its advantage. Right now, this does not really represent a threat to the American presence on Diego Garcia, as relations between India and the US are stable, and they even worked on increasing security cooperation in the Indian Ocean through organizations like the Quad. However, it's important to remember that the geopolitical system is always in flux. And while they seem to have good relations right now, India and the US don't see eye to eye on every single issue. There are significant disagreements that could eventually lead to a worsening of relations. For example, India's partnerships with countries like Russia and Iran. Recently, there was even a major diplomatic crisis after the United States accused an Indian government agent of conspiring to assassinate a prominent Sikh separatist leader in New York. Something I made a video on a while ago. Just like China, India has its own interests in the Indian Ocean, and those are not guaranteed to always align with the US and its Western allies. Therefore, it is possible that somewhere down the line, India could start viewing the American presence on Diego Garcia as a problem and use its influence in Mauritius to perhaps get them out. But as of right now, this is just speculation. Nobody knows what the future holds for Diego Garcia and the Chagos Islands, but one thing is certain, they are no longer just a footnote in history. Instead, these islands are slowly becoming a geopolitical frontline between the powers of the Indian Ocean. A big thank you to my patrons and channel members, and here are some other videos you might find interesting. Why not check them out? I'll see you in the next one. Bye.
Next time eat a salad.
You fat, bald bastard, you piece of subhuman trash! 2,000 years of constant human evolution to create a hairless fuck.
No!
San Miguel Pale Pilsen. 135 years of brewing excellence and winning quality awards. San Miguel Pale Pilsen. Pride of Filipinos worldwide.
I am depressed. How could I fix? What if I ask? I am depressed.
Next time eat a salad.
You fat, bald bastard, you piece of subhuman trash! 2,000 years of constant human evolution to create a hairless fuck.
No! What if? I am depressed. No! I am depressed. Hey! Hey! I am depressed.
Hey, look, buddy. I saw no problems. No problems. Well, just die.
Oh.
Get the fuck out of here!
I am going to kill myself.
Yourself. That's right, fancy pants.
Oh.
Yo, we're on fire!
Steady, steady.
Everyone back to the...
There are many alternate history clichés, but it hasn't happened very often that all of them were collected into one single map, like this one, made by the Mexican historian on Reddit. I thought it would be fun to, as an extra video, explore this map a little and discuss what clichés are on display here. We're gonna explore the clichés on this map one by one, slowly filling in this map in the process. As a quick preface, I'm going to miss a couple of clichés to prevent us from being here all day. With that said, let's dive in. To start with the most global of them all, we have the Imperial Federation. Monarchists and imperialists alike love this one, where the British Empire, instead of falling apart, manages to keep a hold of at least their dominions as well as a couple of scattered colonies in a federation-like global state. In India, we see another trope within this one, where the south of India under the Madras presidency remains loyal to Britain while the rest splits off. Despite southern India wanting independence much like the rest of India, I believe the main reason for this trope is because during the 1857 Indian Revolution, the South didn't really join in. But back to the world stage, the Imperial Federation trope has its origins in the ambitions of certain British politicians to preserve the empire in the 19th century. As during the late 19th, early 20th century, it became clear that the British Empire may not be eternal. In our timeline, the Imperial Federation wasn't that popular in Britain or the Dominions, but in alternate history, it often succeeds. Now you may have noticed that Canada looks rather odd. That is because Quebec has been released as an independent state. The French had once held control over the region, and even after British conquest, it continued to hold many French speakers unhappy with the British domination. And this situation persists to this very day, with Quebec enjoying autonomy and privileges within Canada, while voicing loud calls for independence. Having Quebec independent is already a popular trope, but especially if a British-led federation would be established, Quebec would likely want to opt out. To move to Canada's southern neighbor, we have the US. Now in my opinion, there are two main tropes for the United States. Either it becomes a superstate encompassing all of North America from Mexico to Canada, or it crashes and burns in a second civil war. This map chooses for the crash and burn path, and the reasons for this trope should be clear. The first American Civil War was kind of a big deal. So a theoretical second civil war is often started in alternate history whenever the US faces some difficulty. Looking at the individual states, we have New England, a region that especially in the 19th century had a strong regional identity and during the War of 1812 had some calls for secession, making it a very popular breakaway state in alternate history. Then there is Deseret, a nation of the Mormon religion in the American West, which was historically a proposed state within the United States, but it was never recognized. Then there is obviously Texas, the Lone Star State, which as far as I know is the only state that had quite a bit of time as an independent state and even to this very day holds on to a very strong regional identity. The West Coast is the only trope I cannot really explain from history. You have California as a major economy and a short-lived independent state, but apart from the Rockies separating them from the rest of the US, I don't really know why this is a trope. If you do know, please let us know in the comments. To finish the former US, we have the most obvious one, the Confederate States. The origin of the first American Civil War and a symbol of the American South in some unsavory and historically illiterate circles. As an added cliché, this Confederate state holds on to both Cuba and Puerto Rico, both taken from Spain in the Spanish-American War, but in our timeline, Cuba was eventually turned into somewhat of an independent nation. But even in our timeline, Southern desires to annex Cuba were very strong, so it's quite popular to have the US or the Confederates hold onto Cuba in alternate history. To move on to Asia, let's start with Southeast Asia. Indonesia has collapsed to a large degree. The reason for this trope is most likely both the cultural diversity of the nation, as well as the geographic difficulty of traversing the archipelago. Aceh, especially on the island of Sumatra, is a region that has strong desires for independence both during colonial times and post-independence. The eastern islands of Indonesia are independent on this map. I am not sure if the author intended this, but the Dutch did actually promise the Moluccans, which live on these islands, an independent state separate from Indonesia. Then we have Timor and Papua, which in our timeline are both split between Indonesia and their respective nation. If Indonesia were to collapse, these islands could unify, and as you'll continue to see throughout this video, unifying islands is a very popular trope in alternate history. Going up, we have a slightly expanded Siam, which is also called Siam instead of our modern name of Thailand. Siam was the historical term used for the region, but the locals called themselves Thai, and in 1949, the international name officially changed. The name Siam has stuck with alternate history creators, as Siam does sound more interesting than Thailand, and it feels like an older name. Historically, Thailand also lost these lands to the French and the British, and in alternate history, it's very popular to have Thailand gain them back or never lose them. Apart from that, we have a relatively standard Burma, which is still called Burma rather than the modern name of Myanmar. The same goes for Malaysia and the Philippines, which remain mostly unchanged. Indochina though, as united by the colonial efforts of France in our timeline, remains as a unified state. This is often seen in alternate histories, and can either come from joint secession from France or the Vietnamese uniting with or overthrowing the Cambodian and Lao governments. To take a detour, let's take a glance at Europe. In the north, we have a united Scandinavian Union, a very popular concept, especially because the Scandinavian nations are individually rather weak, but a united Scandinavia would be a major European player. Obviously, the similar cultures, languages and history also helps, with especially the Kalmar Union between Denmark, Sweden and Norway a very popular concept to call back to. Finland doesn't technically fit the others in culture, language and history, but is often allowed in anyways. Apart from that, Finland is expanded into Karelia, something that often happens in alternate histories during the Russian Civil War as part of Finnish ambitions to create a greater Finland. All the way over in Canada, Newfoundland is also part of the Scandinavian Union under the name Vinland. A nod to Leif Erikson being the first European to set foot in the New World and actually attempt to build a settlement there. Further down, we have the Netherlands annexed the Dutch-speaking portions of Belgium.
Ganito mang still. Pag Rexona para cool.
Tulong para alaga ang puso, resistensya, mata at buong katawan. Centrum Advance.
Mainly because of the similarities in language. The Irish also managed to fully unify the island instead of the north remaining in Britain. The origins for this cliché should be clear. Ireland wants to be united and it makes sense to have the island unify. Down south we have a collapsed Spain. The reason for this trope is that Spain is made up of various regions which, to varying degrees, don't necessarily want to be a part of Spain. In modern days, Catalonia, with their independence efforts, will be the most well known. But especially during the 20th century, the Basque people have fought hard for their independence. Finally, we have Galicia, another distinct region that is unique from the rest because it is often unified with Portugal upon independence for cultural and linguistical reasons. But mainly just to complete the Portuguese line on the west coast. Back to South America, there are again two main tropes in my mind. The first is my favorite, and that is that absolutely nothing happens. It is a cliché often seen because few points of departure start in Latin America, and while there were quite a few influential wars and border changes, the Latin American borders were mostly settled in 1880. But that is not the trope the artist went with here. Instead, we have a Latin America of superstates. Colombia is expanded into their neighbors, creating Gran Colombia, the state that Simón Bolívar, the independence fighter, attempted to build in the early 19th century. Down south, there is Peru-Bolivia, a short-lived confederation between the two states which was disbanded thanks to opposition both internally and externally. Having it survive is a popular concept to have something interesting happen and to create this impressive-looking state on the map. Then in southern South America, we have this superstate called La Plata. Essentially, Argentina expanded into their neighbors, and a nod to the Spanish colonial region of the same name, which held most of these lands, and, in my personal headcanon, also a nod to the fact that Chile has some of the strangest borders on earth, making their incorporation into Argentina an often seen and frankly satisfying development. Finally, we have Brazil, which first off keeps their emperor, who in our timeline was deposed in favor of a republic, and expands itself into Uruguay, completing our South America as a continent of large states. The reason for the Brazilian monarchy trope is quite simple. The Brazilian monarchy was very popular, and the republic that followed it is often blamed for many of Brazil's issues. The inclusion of Uruguay is also easily explained. It's a very small state, and it used to be a part of Brazil in our own timeline, and as such is often the first target of any expansionist Brazilian state. To conclude Latin America, we have a unified Central American state. In our timeline, the Federal Republic of Central America existed from 1823 to around 1840, when it fell apart due to infighting. Having it survive is popular, probably to avoid the many small states in the region of our timeline. Next to it, we see the British-controlled Mosquito Kingdom, a British protectorate in the region until 1894. In the Caribbean, Haiti gets to control their neighbor, the Dominican Republic, to create this unified Hispaniolan island. Haiti actually did control the entire island for a couple of decades, and following the trope of unifying islands, Haiti sticks as well. Finally, we have Mexico. In our timeline, the same war that saw Texas gaining independence from Mexico, two more states revolted in opposition to the centralization efforts in Mexico City. The first is Yucatan, a region where a lot of Mayans still live, giving it a distinct identity separate from the rest of Mexico. and the second is Rio Grande, which sought a Mexican federation rather than a Mexican unitary state. It is a popular trope in alternate history to have the entire triplet secede from Mexico instead of just Texas. Finally, Baja California, a Mexican peninsula, is often joined with its namesake of California. Back in Europe, we have a communist France. France, across its history, has had a lot of communist sympathies, with especially the short-lived Paris Commune an often referenced event. On the map, much like how the Dutch took the Dutch-speaking regions of Belgium, France takes the rest. To oppose this communist France, however, we have the French Union in North Africa. The idea of a colonial empire splitting off in opposition to the mainland is a popular one in alternate history, and it sort of makes sense, especially in the case of a communist takeover of the homeland, since the local French elites in the colonies don't want to join the communists, as communists usually aren't very big fans of colonialism. In the case of France, this is strengthened even more that France, to some extent, tried to incorporate their colonies into France proper, with especially Algeria being governed as a part of France itself, not a colony. Then back in Europe, we have maybe the most often seen trope of them all, Big Germany. A mix of Germany being the underdog, the German border in World War I looking great, and fanboying for the Prussian military. Having Germany win either World War I or World War II is a very popular prospect. Usually, it comes coupled with German puppet regimes across Europe, but as you'll soon see, there is no space for that on this map. The German control over the Baltic states is an often seen trope, since it's something that the Germans really wanted to have, and because thanks to historical migration dating back to the Middle Ages, there actually did live a significant number of German speakers in the region. Going east, we have the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, a massive state that used to be a great power, but fell off during the early modern era just to be divided by their neighbors. Especially thanks to the Winged Hussars, which saved Vienna from the siege of the Ottomans, the nation has its place in most alternate historians' hearts, which is why it survives here. Moving further east, we have the USSR, but something is different. This is not the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics, this is the Union of Soviet Sovereign Republics, a proposed reformed Soviet Union by Mikhail Gorbachev, turning the USSR into something like China economically, with more political freedoms. Still somewhat communist, but participating in global trade and liberalizing like Gorbachev wanted to. But there is also Russia. Where? Here in Alaska. Alaska was a Russian colony for quite a while before they sold it to the Americans. A popular trope is Alaska remaining Russian, but when the Communist Revolution happens, Alaska sides with the White Army, and thanks to the US and UK navies, a white Russian government is set up in Alaska, like Taiwan and China of our own timeline. Looking at East Asia, we have a big Japan. A popular concept for the same reason as Germany, controlling Korea and Taiwan like they did in our own timeline. The idea here is that Japan doesn't increase its militarism, but instead turns capitalist, and instead of fighting disastrous wars against the Chinese and Western powers, it settles in as a great power. Over to China, we have the division of the nation. A popular concept because of just how insanely strong China is, and because of the very real regional movements for autonomy in those regions historically. Furthermore, China isn't communist, as the nationalist winning the civil war is a popular trope. Of the breakaway states, East Turkestan and Tibet are probably the most well known, as the Muslims and Buddhists of the region call for their own states. In the northeast we have Manchukuo, the state that in our timeline was set up by the Japanese, but can be seen as a state for the Manchus, an ethnic group of the region. Finally, we have Mongolia, which is extended into this region known as Inner Mongolia. The name should speak for itself as to why this is such a popular trope. In any scenario where China faces difficulty, it is very likely that you will see it divided up roughly among these lines. Going south into India, we have Bengal as an independent state. The Bengalis have a long history, and historically, Bengal was often the most wealthy region of India. In our timeline, Bengal was split between Hindu and Muslim religions, but having it survive is a popular concept, creating this seemingly small but extremely populous state. To the west is Pakistan, which is torn apart. Pakistan is, since its founding, a nation made up of many nationalities, whom don't all want to be a part of Pakistan. Afghanistan is also slightly expanded, as Pakistan holds some lands which are primarily inhabited by Pashtuns, the largest population group in Afghanistan. Historically, these lands were taken from Afghanistan by Britain. Persia is largely the same, but it's called Persia instead of Iran. Persia is the name historically used by the West, while Iran is the name used by Iranians themselves. But let's be honest, the Greeks got it right in so far that Persia sounds way cooler than Iran. The only difference for Persia is the emergence of a Kurdish state. Kurdistan in our timeline never managed to become an independent state, instead being divided up between 4 different states and facing hardships and all. And having the Kurds finally gain their own state is a popular concept. Which leads us to Turkey. After World War I, there were ambitious plans to carve Turkey up like a, well, Turkey. But after Ataturk mounted an impressive defense, the Entente powers decided that it wasn't worth it and abandoned the idea. But in many alternate histories, the Turks do get carved up, leading to Kurdistan, the creation of a large Armenia, and the creation of this major Greek state. This form of Greece is known as the Megali idea, which in the 19th and 20th centuries called for Greek expansionism into these historically Greek territories. To continue into the Balkans, we have a Greater Bulgaria. Bulgaria didn't have the best luck in terms of winning wars and lost many of these lands over the course of the 20th century. Especially northern Macedonia is a popular one to give to Bulgaria, as it held people that were ethnically Bulgarian, but thanks to lost wars it was incorporated into Serbia and later Yugoslavia, leading to the existence of North Macedonia today. Further to the north we have Danubia, the name often given to a reformed Austro-Hungarian empire with more respect for their minorities. In the 20th century, there were many plans to reform Austria-Hungary to give more autonomy to the Slavs, Bohemians, Poles, Slovaks, etc., depending on the plan, with the most popular one being a tri-monarchy between the Austrians, Hungarians and Slavs. And basically anyone willing to see the Habsburg Empire survive in their alternate history scenario takes this Danubian Federation route. To complete Europe, we have Italy, which has taken territories like Corsica and Dalmatia, territories which Italy historically claimed as rightful parts of itself thanks to somewhat debatable historical or linguistical claims. Finally, Switzerland is just Switzerland, as it should be. Moving over to the final continent, which I left for last because mapping colonies before their homeland would be a bit silly, we add a couple of German and Italian colonies to the map. These aren't really interesting in terms of tropes, these are just their historical colonies. Then we sprinkle a couple of independent states in, which again aren't really interesting in terms of tropes. They are just modern day African states. In East Africa though, we have the formation of the East African Federation, a very popular proposal even today to create a powerful East African superstate, and in alternate histories it is often shown as a larger German colony. In Madagascar, something interesting happens, as the state you see on the north of the island is, surprisingly, Israel. There were historical plans to put Israel in Madagascar instead of in the Levant, and that proposal has become quite popular among alternate historians. Then we have what I assume is based on the Portuguese pink map in an expanded Mozambique and an independent Barotia.
Enemy alert. Your scalp gets 1.5 times greasier, causing dandruff. Get triple anti-dandruff power. Supercharge with Clear.
The Portuguese in the 20th century controlled Angola and Mozambique and really wanted to link up their colonies, but in our timeline, Britain said no. Judging by these colonial borders, it looks like Portugal was successful in this timeline, as they often are in alternate history. But the most interesting part of this map's Africa is the creation of a massive lake in Africa, which I had never seen before, but is apparently based on a real plan that makes Central Africa into a better climate for future development. Finally, we need to move to the Arab world, where nothing much has changed down south. Saudi Arabia, however, has been split up between Hejaz and Najd, two historical regions of the area which were united sometime after World War I under the Saudi dynasty, leading to Saudi Arabia and their hardline way of Islam. Hejaz has a much more lenient form of Islam in mind, making it very popular amongst alternate historians. Another popular trope not seen here is that Hejaz, after World War I, unifies the Arabian Peninsula as was promised by France and Britain. Then we have Syria and Iraq, which have borders based on more geographical sense rather than the whims of their colonial powers. Then as the final nation, we have Egypt, which has integrated Sudan into itself. I think the main popularity for this trope comes from the fact that Egypt, historically speaking, has very often controlled Sudan or the other way around, and merging the two gives this very nice big African state. And that's it. That's the map that the Mexican historian created while trying to fit as many clichés into a single map as possible. I hope you enjoyed this quick rundown of some of the largest historical clichés, and I hope you excuse me for not going into too much detail on many of them, because this video could have been hours long if I wanted to. With that, I thank you all for watching. If you enjoyed the content, please consider subscribing and leaving a like and a comment to help out against the algorithm. A special thanks to Yoshi, Jonathan White, Predator, Greyshot151, John, Brzemek Petrotsky, Firelord Marklin, Dinkelberg, and Slayer for supporting me on Patreon. Consider supporting me there for about 2 weeks of early access to videos and a shout out at the end of every video. Again, thank you all for watching, and goodbye.
Do you know which of the Team Fortress mercs is canonically named Jane? Or which two are officially father and son? Or which one has drunk so much alcohol that normal food makes his body think that it's been poisoned? Actually, you can probably guess that last one pretty easily. Let's dive into the real lives of the Team Fortress mercenaries, as revealed throughout the officially published comic strips, official trading cards, and other Valve-published lore. Let's meet the real team. So firstly, some important context on what the story of Team Fortress 2 even is. Now, I'm not going to go into a lot of detail here, as by the developer's own admission, TF2's story is more convoluted than Half-Life or even Portal's. But it is important to cover a few things so we can better understand just who these 9 people are and give some context to the important life events that we're going to talk about in this video. The blue team and the red team are actually 2 separate groups of mercenaries, both working for a company called TF Industries, unbeknownst to each other, and employed to fight each other repeatedly at the demands of the mysterious administrator, the same person whose voice we hear whilst playing the game. Despite the blue and red teams being canonically different people, the majority of Team Fortress story only focuses on one team and only ever really fleshes out the personalities and life of one of each merc. So for the sake of this video, we won't be talking about both scouts or both soldiers, etc. Just the scout and the soldier and so on. At a critical point in the story, the company that supplies the weapons to TF Industries and our mercs, Manco, gets taken over and set upon by the robots of man vs machine mode, ultimately leading to TF Industries being abandoned by the administrator, and the end of the fighting between the blue and the red mercs. The majority of the story from this point on then features Miss Pauling, the administrator's assistant, reuniting one set of our mercs, hunting down the robots and their creator, and fighting the Team Fortress Classic version of themselves and a horde of killer robots, in what ends in a massive cliffhanger we've now been waiting over 5 years to read the conclusion of. Now, as I said, that is an extremely short version, and I've purposely left out some key details and character names in an attempt to reduce confusion to anyone who might not be familiar with the story at all. But of course, if anyone is interested in a more comprehensive story overview or a video in the same style as this one focusing on the non-player characters of the TF2 universe, then please do let me know, and if there's enough interest, I would love to make those videos too. So with all of that out of the way, let's profile our mercs, starting with those that we know the least about and moving through to the juicier and juicier details. Perhaps unsurprisingly, the merc that we know the least about is of course Pyro. We don't know their name, heck, we don't even know their gender. With that said, Pyro is referred to several times as he, him, his, or sir in the comics, including by Miss Pauling, who is second in command at TF Industries, the company who employed Pyro in the first place, so if anyone knows Pyro's true identity, then it's going to be Pauling. But on the flip side, Soldier does at one point suggest that he had always had a suspicion that Pyro was a woman. And it's also worth noting that in the comics, we meet all 9 of the Team Fortress Classic mercs, and only one of them is ostensibly female. Pyro. And on the TF2 official website, official trading card, and the back of the NECA action figure box, Pyro's profile reads, "He's a fearsome, inscrutable, on-fire Frankenstein of a man. If he even is a man." Of course, Pyro's lack of clear identity is, ironically, part of Pyro's identity, and it seems unlikely that there will ever be any straight answers or smoking guns confirming who or what is underneath the mask. But believe it or not, that's not actually where Pyro's story ends in the comics. During a period between TF Industries being abandoned and Miss Pauling reuniting everyone, Pyro is found sitting as CEO at a successful company called Frontier Engineering, and is considered to be personally responsible for the company having a record quarter. Another interesting tidbit is the fact that Pyro genuinely appears to see the world in Pyrovision, as originally shown in the Meet the Pyro short, with multiple panels throughout the comics showing us the world through Pyro's eyes in the same bubblegum rainbow wonderland point of view. Next up is Heavy Weapons Guy. From the comics, we know that his name is Mikhail, or Misha as a nickname. Whilst Heavy is of course outwardly Russian, we learn from the comics that he's from Siberia, and his action figure box tells us specifically the Zhugzhou Mountains. Heavy loves his miniguns, and he's named them all, Sasha being his main one, Natasha of course being his best known other gun, but also Svetlana, Oksana, and Sheila. But despite being attached to his metal killing machines, he also shows a lot of compassion for his family. He lives with his mum and 3 sisters, Bronislava, Yana, and Zana, the latter of which we'll hear about a bit later. Engineer. Real name, Del Conacher, from the town of Bee Cave, Texas. Whilst many of our mercs might appear clever, but mostly insane, Engineer is the most genuinely intelligent, having no fewer than 11 PhDs. Whilst his personal history is never explored in great detail throughout the comics, his family are amongst the most important to the main storyline. We all know about Australium from the in-game universe, the extremely rare metal used to decorate sought-after expensive weapons. But Engineer's grandfather, Radigan Conacher, built a series of machines that use Australium as fuel to extend a person's life. And Del, our engineer, has continued that work, iterating and improving on the design during his time working for the administrator. Throughout the story of the comics, obtaining Australium and using it to extend life is the main plot point motivating the lead antagonist, as well as the other main non-player characters. If it wasn't for Engineer's grandfather, and in the present day period of the comics, Engineer himself, this motivation wouldn't even exist. So whilst our other mercs definitely get more screen time, Engineer is the most important merc when it comes to the underlying story. The Sniper. On the back of his NECA action figure, we find out that Sniper's real name is Mick Mundy. However, we find out in the course of the comics that his birth name is actually Mundy, in the same style as his parents' names Bill Bell and La Na. And perhaps most surprisingly of all, he's actually from New Zealand, which in the Team Fortress universe is a sunken underwater world covered in a glass dome. With that said, Sniper is shown to have been blasted out of underwater New Zealand on a rocket whilst just a young baby, adopted by Australians and brought up in Australia. Miss Pauling also addresses Sniper's adoptive parents as Mr. and Mrs. Mundy, suggesting that Sniper's birth name being Mundy and adoptive surname being Mundy, making his name technically Mundy Mundy, is maybe just a happy little coincidence. The Spy. It goes without saying that we don't know a lot about Spy. Arguably more so than Pyro, a lack of identity is part of Spy's character. His name is unknown, and whilst of course being a spy he could be pretending to be French, his France origin is confirmed on the website and on the back of his action figure box, along with his ability to speak French, Spanish and Catalan. As with Engineer, his personal history isn't much expanded on in the comics, but we do see a couple of interesting moments reinforcing his in-game character, such as a mention of his suit costing $10,000, and his teeth apparently housing a series of miniature items such as a full roast dinner. Spy often hints about having a more than friendly relationship with Scout's mother. There's Scout-specific voice lines, the art on the side of the ambassador is suggested to show an enemy's mum, and there's straight up photographs of them together in the Meet the Spy short. But in the comics, it is pretty much said directly. Spy is Scout's father. Spy, believing the Scout to be on the verge of death, disguises himself as Welsh pop legend Tom Jones, who we see elsewhere in the comics that Scout is a big fan of. and Spy admits to having dropped a sex bomb in Scout's mother. He even then directly calls Scout son. The Scout. During the epic reveal where we learn that Spy is Scout's dad, we also learn two more things about Scout. He is 26 or 27 years old, and his name is Jeremy. We elsewhere learn that Scout is from Boston, as his accent and multiple item names suggest. He's the youngest of 8 brothers, which is what ultimately led him to be able to run as fast as he can. Scout is frequently shown as being not particularly intelligent, including lacking basic reading skills. He's a huge fan of Tom Jones, who we already know that Spy disguises himself as when revealing himself to be Scout's dad, and Scout is a huge collector of Tom Jones memorabilia, as well as having a misspelt Tom Jones tattoo on his chest. Scout is a hopeless romantic for the administrator's assistant, Miss Pauling, constantly trying and failing to woo her, and is apparently completely undeterred, or perhaps unaware, of her polite and consistent rejections. The Medic. From Stuttgart, Germany. During a brief time where the medic is dead and negotiating a deal with the devil, we find out that his name is Mr. Ludwig. That's right, Mr., not Doctor. Because it's confirmed in multiple places that Medic apparently has no formal medical training. Instead, he just takes a fascination in experimenting on living things. This experimenting even involves somehow separating the very souls out of the other 8 mercs, apparently without their knowledge. And this is what ultimately allows him to successfully trick the devil and come back to life after being very thoroughly killed by the Team Fortress Classic Heavy. Medic appears to have no real moral leaning towards nor against our mercs, and in fact, through much of the story, he's actually working against the rest of the team. But similarly, he does bring Sniper back from the dead by replacing his organs with those of various exotic animals. He brings a bunch of the other mercs back from the dead by simply squishing any old blood back inside them, and he does ultimately avenge his own murder by helping Heavy kill the Team Fortress Classic Heavy after having experimented on him by somehow surgically implanting a baboon uterus inside of him. The Demo Man. Full name, Tavish Finnegan de Groot. Place of origin, Ullapool, Scotland. Demoman is one of the more fleshed out characters in the TF2 comic series, with his background not just explored a little during the main series, but also featuring heavily in the Halloween event spin-offs. We know how Demoman lost his eye. At 7 years old on Halloween night, he goes to work for none other than Marasmus, the wizard who haunts Ghost Fort during in-game events. Whilst working there that night, Demoman is spoken to by the magical Abominomicon, the book, which is also a reoccurring Halloween in-game character. Demo is tricked into opening the book, he gets his eye haunted by the trickster spirit of the magical book, and thus Monoculus is formed. That's right, Monoculus is Demoman's haunted, missing eye. However, during the course of the mainline comics, Medic reveals that he has grown Demoman's eye back no fewer than 8 times, but something haunted always happens, leading them to conclude that it's the eye socket which is haunted, not the eye itself. On his trading card, which released all the way back in 2008, it stated that a failed plan to blow up the Loch Ness Monster at the age of 6 led to the death of his natural parents. However, on the official website, this sentence is changed to say it caused the death of his original adoptive parents, and this page doesn't appear to have been updated since at least 2011. However, the box for his 2013 NECA action figure, which for all the other mercs usually has exactly the same or similar text as the trading card and official website, makes no mention of this at all, suggesting a possible retcon to the parenticide, accidental or otherwise. And indeed, in the comics, whilst Demoman's dad is confirmed to be dead, we do meet his mum several times, who could, of course, plausibly be an adoptive mother. Well, a second adopted mother, if the official website text is to be taken as fact. But either way, we do learn that he lives with his mum and that working jobs and making money is apparently very important to her. And even though they live in a massive futuristic mansion and Demoman earns over $5 million a year, she still thinks he should be working harder. And of course, we can't forget Demoman's other dear loving relationship, alcohol. At one point in the comics, Demo is fed normal food and kept off alcohol for a period of time, which leads his body to start reacting like it's been poisoned. But fear not, because his consistent drinking from an apparently young age enabled his body to react appropriately, with his organs seemingly under their own steam, converting his stomach into a distillery and fermenting bone marrow, thus giving him a high enough blood alcohol level to start poisoning the robots who are attacking him. It wouldn't be Team Fortress without amazing nuggets of trivia like that. The Soldier. Throughout the comics, Soldier is regularly referred to as Mr. Jane Doe. For those unaware, Jane Doe is the name typically given to an unidentified female corpse. Now, obviously Soldier is not an unidentified female corpse, but he is shown throughout the comics to be consistently the stupidest of our mercenaries, leaving it completely open to possibility that he has somehow mistaken Jane Doe as being his own name, even though it might not be. Despite this outward stupidity, Soldier shows an impressive ability to acquire jobs, and at various points is apparently a sergeant, a barrister, a priest in at least one state, a qualified exorcist in Guam, a public defender, a tour guide of celebrity homes, and winner of a nose-picking contest. Soldier has a more than business relationship with more characters than any of the other mercs. Firstly is the wizard Marasmus, who Soldier is revealed to have been roommates with. In a series of bizarre stunts, including inadvertently getting Marasmus's castle turned into a raccoon sanctuary, Marasmus ends up moving in with the real Tom Jones, only for Soldier to show up on the aforementioned Celebrity Homes tour and kill Tom Jones, framing Marasmus in the process. Soldier also meets and seemingly instantly falls in love with one of Heavy's sisters, Zana. Soldier and Zana's escapades form one of the main subplots throughout comics 3 through 6, and presumably 7 should it ever be released. They start by immediately making love as soon as they meet, separating from the main squad and infiltrating an enemy base. Breaking out of interrogation, apparently get engaged, get naked, covered head to toe in honey, and bare-knuckle fight a horde of killer robots. Zana intimidates Miss Pauling for ogling Soldier, and, rather fittingly, the last panel we see them in together is alongside Pauling, Saxton Hale and his partner Maggie, the rest of the mercs except Engineer, and a recently delivered baby baboon. So there we are, those are our mercs. But as I said at the start, there's plenty of other characters like the Administrator, Miss Pauling, Saxton Hale and his whole story arc, as well as the entire Man family, whose namesake is Manco, that we hardly touched on at all. So if you think you'd like another Meet the Real episode, focusing on the side characters, then please do let me know in the comments below. And whilst you're there, why not tell me what your favourite factoid is about our 9 mercs, whether it's one mentioned in this video or not. If you enjoyed this video, you'll probably also enjoy this one about TF2's coolest glitched items, or this one that the magic YouTube algorithm thinks that you like. And of course, if you're new here, don't forget to subscribe. Thanks, and have fun!
This is madness! Madness. This is Sparta! 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 This is Sparta!
Pag mag-inasal, chicken inasal, mapapasarap ang kain! Dahil sa iyaw tamis at iyaw linamnam, solve ka sa iyaw sarap!
Let's try and get up to the 2 enemies towards the launch tower.
What? Oh.
Scout, it's Pauling. Tell me you got the briefcase.
Yeah, sure.
And nobody saw you.
Basically nobody.
Scout, I'm here right now.
Oh, well, that's a funny...
Hello, Miss Pauling. We killed everybody and took a briefcase.
Not everybody, soldier. You left 7 witnesses, guys. 6. Look, just keep the briefcase safe, okay? Have a good weekend, guys.
Goodbye, Miss Pauling. I am leaving the van now.
Bye-bye. Okay, then. Hey, Miss Pauling, before you go,
Scout, let's say something.
You're probably real busy this weekend, right?
Funny you should mention that. Looks like I will be burying bodies all weekend. So that you don't go to jail.
Oh, good. So, we're both busy.
Gotta go.
A lot of people busy with busyness.
Asking out that dial tone again, I see.
Go to hell, spy. Hey, look at all this. What are you 2 eggheads been working on? Nice catch.
Yeah, listen now, we've been running some experiments on the teleporter. Well, y'all ought to take a look at this.
Wow, you can teleport bread. That is big news. Is the demo back with the beer yet? Cause Ah! What the hell is that? Tumors!
Y'all know what this means, right?
We cannot teleport bread anymore!
Whoa, not exactly, soldier. You teleport as much bread as you like. That goes for all of you. If there's something any of y'all wanted to do before you, well, died, now would be a good time.
How long before these tumors kill us?
Well, let's see. We all use the teleporter, let's say, 6 times a day, times 4 years, minus we're not bread. 3 days. Yes, we all have 3 days to live.
What?
This is a bucket.
Dear God.
There's more.
No.
It contains the dying wish of every man here. Scout, you did collect everyone's dying wish.
You bet.
Excellent. Gentlemen, synchronize your death watches. We have 70 hours to live. For most men, no time at all. We are not most men. We are mercenaries. We have the resources, the will, to make these hours count. The clock is ticking, gentlemen. Let's begin. Our first dying wish is Scout's. He's drawn a picture of me getting hit by a car. I have something radiating off of me.
Yeah, those are stink lines. That's why the car hit him, because he smells.
Yes, I see. Here you've drawn me having sexual congress with the Eiffel Tower. Eiffel Tower having sexual congress with me. Both of us relaxing post-coitus. I'm crying, and the Eiffel Tower has stink lines coming off of it. Did anyone besides Scout put a card into the bucket?
Oh, man. Classic Scout.
Fantastic. This was a huge waste of my time.
You did not read mine.
Does it say you want the bucket?
Yes.
See you all in hell. go away.
Hey, you got a second?
Oh, Scout. Please, go yourself.
Yeah, that's funny. Anyway, wait! Ow. Come on, Spy! I'm wedging my head through a door here to tell you I'm sorry.
Make it quick.
So, I did write down a last wish. I'd like to go on a date with Miss Pauling.
You're terrible with girls.
What? No, Spy, look at this. And this here. Spy, look at all of this. No, I am great with girls. We both got buckets of chicken. You want to do it?
Okay.
But you, Spy, you are amazing with ladies. You know, classy ones, the kind that smell good and can read and always have their glasses on, just kind of crooked, you know? Ones that don't go for a guy like me.
And why is that, do you think?
Come on, Spy, I don't know.
Well, a mystery we will take to our graves then. Goodbye.
Wait, okay, look, fine. Spy, this never leaves this room. You are better than me, all right? I need your help.
I'll do it on one condition. Say that again. Seduce me.
You.
Seduce me.
What? Spy, I ain't gonna
Seduce me!
Right, okay. Okay. Hey there, good looking. I got a bucket of chicken.
I'm not one of your fried chicken tramps. I'm a woman. I like my men dangerous, mysterious. You want to be my lover? Earn it. Seduce me! Final question. You have a dinner date for 7. What time do you arrive?
7 a.m. Case the restaurant, run background checks on the staff. Can the cook be trusted? If not, I gotta kill him. Dispose of the body, replace him with my own guy no later than 4:30.
You're ready.
Really?
No. Everything you just said was insane. And we are out of time. Congratulations. You're a failure.
Oh. I failed, did I?
Yes.
Did I?
Yes.
Did I?
Scout, where is this going?
Where it's going is, I don't need you. I'll put this date on myself.
Yourself.
That's right, fancy pants, myself. So why don't you take your little failure, roll it up sideways, and... Okay, crap, I gotta go. Screw you, though.
Y'all ready?
Ready!
You're right. All right.
Miss Pauline. What an unexpected surprise.
Took the briefcase? Don't worry. We can fix this. We'll get it back, and the administrator never has to know.
You look...
Drunk! Wrong. Soft. No, wrong. Bloody.
ravishing.
Uh-huh. You too. Hold on.
That's the briefcase right there.
Scout, you...
Are you having a problem?
The thing is...
Guys! Hey, fellas, listen! It's just bread that gets tumors!
Not even tumors! It's some form of self-aware beauty mark that only metastasizes in an environment of pure wheat. Here, watch this. Oh, look, it hates me so much.
So we're fine, as long as nobody teleports any bread.
Question.
What's your question, soldier?
I teleported bread.
What?
You told me to.
How much?
I have done nothing but teleport bread for 3 days.
Where have you been sending it?
Scout, I get 1 day off a year, and you just wasted it on this. Goodbye.
Wait. Why don't we discuss it over dinner?
What the hell is that?
Miss Pauling, run!
Now, Doctor!
I think it's going pretty well. Now go.
Hey, Miss Pauling! Oh, I am so sorry.
Cut, Scout, what for? Pressing the one button you're never supposed to press? Do you have any idea what's in a briefcase that... Oh, give me your watch.
Yeah, exactly. See, that is where this all starts. No, actually, wait.
I teleported!
So that brings me to the point of the story, which is that I like you, and you should probably be sitting for the...
Guys! Close the blast doors!
Miss Pauling, look, my last few hours, I just... Never mind. Miss Pauling, you all right?
I can't feel anything below my neck.
Oh, God.
Oh, now I can feel it. Ow. Ow.
Oh,
ow.
God, I'm so sorry. This is not
That was so much fun.
You're not mad?
I was furious. Oh my God, you set off the briefcase alarm and you were having a prom for some reason. But then there was a monster and we shot it and I built a bomb and I think my leg's broken. Can we do this again?
Yeah, sure. Oh, wait, nah, we can't. I'm gonna be dead.
Wait, what?
Good news! We're not dying! We are going to live forever!
I didn't say that! I just said we're not filled with tumors!
Oh, thank God. So yeah, Miss Pauling, I guess it's a date.
Actually, this is my only day off this year.
Oh.
Oh, but you could ride along with me on some jobs. Tomorrow, I'm belt sanding the fingerprints off a pile of corpses.
No.
Oh, you could help me yank the molars out of a box full of heads.
No to that.
Okay, well, Friday I've got to kill somebody who pressed a briefcase alarm button and... Oh, you're already gonna be at that one.
What are you doing in my living room? Seriously, get out of here. I don't want you using my special toy. Oh God, this is not happening. This is not happening. Stop saying that. Just get out of my house. Please leave. I can't handle this right now. Why won't you listen to me? Fine, do whatever you want. Destroy my sanity, along with everything else in this town. Oh wow, such a great comeback! You really got me there! I give up. Just do whatever makes you happy.
I'm so hungry. From Bombay, I need some good food. From Bollywood, my Rajput is very good, but the Indian cook misunderstood.
Heavy's a blooded sentry!
I am going to strangle you with your own medic!
The engineer is ready!
I require...
That scorch a bloody cabin!
Grass grows. Not original, but it's true. I love medic! No!
Can your perfume beat odor? Use Axe. Smells like luxury perfumes with up to 72-hour deo protection.
This video was made possible by T-Mobile. Get $25 off your cell phone bill by visiting rll.ting.com. This is the most common map of the world that we're used to seeing in schools and on Google Maps, but it doesn't tell the entire story of which countries are actually the biggest or even the most influential. We're used to only seeing countries in terms of the geographic space they occupy, which makes countries like Canada, Russia, Australia, Brazil, or even the United States seem really big. And while they are in terms of land, they're really not so much in terms of population, at least when compared with other places. Some small countries have huge populations, while some big countries have tiny ones, and the differences can sometimes be completely baffling. For example, this small island in Indonesia called Java is home to more people than the entire country of Russia, and yet it's difficult to conceptualize this on just a mere geographic map like we're currently looking at right now. In order to visualize how big or small a country or place is in terms of people, we have to look at a radically different map, like this one that was created by Visual Capitalist back in 2018. The link to this map is going to be linked down in the description if you want to go check it out and see for yourself. Each country's size on the map is directly proportional to its human population. They are all made up of squares, and one square is equal to 500,000 people. The map contains a total of 15,266 squares that truly show where all of the world's 7.633 billion people live across the world like you've perhaps never seen before. Let's start by taking a look at North America, and specifically, the tiny strip that is now Canada. Canada's 74 squares are indicative of her population of only 37 million people, which is vastly smaller than either the United States or Mexico. But going even further, Canada has a smaller population than Poland, and even has a smaller population than just the US state of California alone. When the United States was declared independent in 1776, her population was only about 5 of these squares, or 2.5 million people, roughly equivalent to the modern-day population of Lithuania. But in the centuries since then, the United States population has exploded to become the third largest in the entire world at 326.8 million. More than 1 in 10 Americans live in California, America's most populous state, which has 16 times the population that the entire United States had in 1776. Despite being the largest in land, Alaska is the 48th smallest state in population with just a bit more than a single square, compared with Hawaii's 3. Down south, Mexico has nearly 3 times the population of Spain, and is by far the world's largest Spanish-speaking country. Central America and the Caribbean have a lot more people than a lot of us probably think as well. Guatemala's population alone is roughly equivalent to the Netherlands, and combined, Central America's population is also greater than Spain's. Brazil is the Jupiter of the South American continent. Brazil's population is nearly the same as the rest of South America's population all combined, and while she began as a colony of Portugal, Brazil's population is now over 20 times larger than Portugal's. But even as huge as Brazil's population is when compared with the rest of South America, it's only the world's 6th and soon-to-be 7th largest. The country that will soon be overtaking Brazil is just across the Atlantic over in Africa. Nigeria. Nigeria's population has ballooned to 196 million people today, making it by far the most populous state of Africa. Nigeria's population is larger than Germany, France, and Spain all combined, and it's projected that by the end of the 21st century, Nigeria will overcome Brazil, Pakistan, Indonesia, and even the United States to become the world's 3rd most populous country. But other parts of Africa are fascinating under a population map too. Let's begin with Libya, which seems to get a lot of attention in the news and is a very well-known place, despite only having a population of 6.5 million people, which is less people than even live in Serbia. Put another way, Libya has about the same population as the US state of Minnesota, but has about 7 times more land. But that's not even the most shocking country here, because both Namibia and Botswana have tiny populations relative to their geographic size too. Namibia is roughly the size of Pakistan, but with the population of Albania, while Botswana is bigger than France, but with about as many people as Slovenia. South Africa's population dominates the entire southern third of Africa, and it's pretty easy to see how the top 3 African economies are Nigeria, Egypt, and South Africa based simply on population. While not in the top 3 African economies, Ethiopia is also considerably larger than most people think it is, with a population of 107.5 million, roughly half of Brazil's population. While smaller than Ethiopia, Uganda also has a much larger population than its geographic shape on the map would suggest, at 44.3 million, which is more people than South Sudan, Chad, the Central African Republic, and Rwanda all combined, and roughly equivalent to the population of Spain. It's also interesting to note that today, the center of the Arab world's population isn't even in the Middle East, but North Africa. The Arab states of North Africa are home to 242 million people, while the Arab states of the Middle East are only home to 164 million in comparison. Iran is Western Asia's most populous country with 82 million people, significantly more than double the population of Saudi Arabia. Despite being incredibly influential on the world stage and having a lot of land, Saudi Arabia is actually a fairly small country population-wise. Iran and Turkey both have substantially more people, and despite being smaller in geographic land, Iraq has more people too, while Yemen is incredibly close and has significantly more people than next door Oman. However, the biggest population in the Middle East and the Arab world is centered in Egypt, which is home to nearly 100 million people, or roughly 3 times the population of Saudi Arabia. The Greater Cairo metropolitan area alone has a higher population than all of Syria. Nearby Israel is also incredibly densely populated for its size, with even more people than the substantially bigger Libya. And over in the Caucasus, Azerbaijan is the dominant force, with more people than Armenia and Georgia combined and over 3 times Armenia's population alone. Meanwhile, the European part of Turkey, while small in land, still has a population of 11 million people, which means that if it was its own country, excluding the whole population of Turks over in Anatolia, European Turkey would still be the continent's 14th most populous, with more people than Greece or the Czech Republic. Europe's population in general is still larger than all of North America's combined, but it's still small compared with either Africa's or Asia's populations. Russia is Europe's most populous country, but not by very much. Despite being the world's largest country by land, there are many, many significantly smaller countries that are home to more people that are pretty surprising, like Bangladesh, Nigeria, and Indonesia. European Russia itself is only home to 110 million people, and Europe's next most populous country is Germany, which is home to 82.3 million people, which is about 75% of European Russia's population. Germany and Turkey have very similar populations, while the Netherlands is massively crowded for its size. The 17 million people who live in the Netherlands is more than the combined populations of both Sweden and Norway. Scandinavia itself is incredibly sparsely populated. Denmark has more people than Norway, while all of Scandinavia combined has less people than the Low Countries of the Netherlands and Belgium. It's also clear to see how England's population is able to dominate the rest of the United Kingdom and even Ireland. England's population is dramatically larger than Scotland, Wales, and Ireland all combined. In fact, it's roughly 5 times larger than all the other countries in the United Kingdom put together. This means that universal opposition to something in Scotland, Wales, and Northern Ireland could be easily ignored if just a moderate majority of the English population supports it. Further, the island of Great Britain has more than 9 times the population of the island of Ireland. To put all of that into perspective, England's population is comparable to Italy, while Scotland is equal to Slovakia. Wales is equal to Lithuania, and Northern Ireland is equal to just Slovenia. Combined, the UK's population is even larger than France, while England on its own has nearly 10 million more people than all of Spain has, despite being much smaller in land. In the grand scheme of things, it's clear to see that Western Europe has a substantially larger population than Eastern Europe has. Western Europe is home to 402 million people, while Eastern Europe is home to 345 million. But that isn't including the Asian part of Russia, which, while on a geographic map seems huge, seems equally tiny on this population map since it's only home to 34 million people. To put that into perspective, there are more people living in a city than living in the entirety of Asian Russia, and that city is Tokyo, home to over 38 million people. The sheer scale of Tokyo as a city is difficult to comprehend, but I'll do my best. Besides just the Asian part of Russia, there are more people who live in Tokyo than live in Australia, North Korea, or even Canada. Put in another way, Tokyo's population is very similar to the entire combined combined population of Oceania, which is 0.5% of the entire human population in one city. Japan's population as a whole is similar to the population of Russia, while right next door, South Korea's population is more than double that of North Korea's. And right next door to there is the world's most populous country, China, home to 1.415 billion people. China is home to over 18% of the human population, and it absolutely dwarfs almost every other country around it. Mongolia and Asian Russia just appear as tiny little blips right next to it. Mongolia is the world's 18th biggest country by land area, roughly the same size as Iran, but with a population of only 3 million people. The Beijing metropolitan area in China alone has roughly the same population as the entirety of North Korea, while Hong Kong might be 163 times smaller in land area than Sweden is, but their population sizes are incredibly similar. In fact, Hong Kong's population is even bigger than a lot of countries are, like Norway, Denmark, Bulgaria, and even Libya. This is all in a space that's roughly the same size as Luxembourg is in Europe. China has a higher population than all of Europe has combined times 2. But not far behind that is India, the world's second most populous nation that is rapidly catching up to China with 1.354 billion people. When combined, more than 1 out of every 3 humans alive on the planet live in either China or India. You could fit the entire population of the United States into India 4 times over again and still have room left over for more. India's most populous state, Uttar Pradesh, has the combined populations of Russia, Canada, Australia, New Zealand, and Austria. Bangladesh has a really huge population for her size at 166 million people, which is more than Germany, the UK, and the Netherlands all combined. But the world's most populous Islamic country is Indonesia, with nearly 267 million people. To put that into perspective, if you subtract Turkey and Egypt from this equation, then Indonesia has a higher population than the entire rest of the Middle East combined. Inside of Indonesia is the island of Java, which is the world's most heavily populated island. And as mentioned previously, Java's population is even greater than that of all of Russia's. And finally, we arrive at Australia, an entire continent that's only home to less than 25 million people. There's a lot of ways to put that small population into context. 2 US states have a greater population than Australia: California and Texas. There are 3 cities in the world that currently have a higher population than the entire Australian continent: Tokyo, Delhi, and Shanghai, with many more like Sao Paulo, Mexico City, Cairo, Mumbai, and Beijing rapidly approaching. Australia is insanely underpopulated for its size, and there are dozens of countries across the world that are smaller but have bigger populations. The most shocking to me is probably North Korea, which has just a bit over 1 million more people than Australia's got. And perhaps as equally as shocking is the island of Taiwan, which has a very similar population to the continent of Australia. In my mind, these have been some of the most shocking, direct comparisons between countries of different population sizes. But allow me to show you a presentation of the world's top 50 most populous nations in order so you can really see for yourself how big or small some countries in the world are compared with one another. Here is China, followed up by India, and then a dramatic plunge down to the United States, followed up by Indonesia, and then Pakistan, then Brazil, Nigeria, Bangladesh, Russia, Mexico, Japan, Ethiopia, the Philippines, the Democratic Republic of the Congo, Egypt, Vietnam, Iran, Turkey, Germany, France, the United Kingdom, Thailand, South Africa, Tanzania, Italy, Myanmar, South Korea, Colombia, Kenya, Spain, Argentina, Algeria, Sudan, Uganda, Ukraine, Iraq, Canada, Poland, Morocco, Uzbekistan, Saudi Arabia, Peru, Afghanistan, Malaysia, Angola, Ghana, Mozambique, Yemen, Nepal, and finally, at 50th place, Venezuela. I'm sure that a lot of these countries are probably a lot smaller than you might have thought. But there's something else that you might think is really big, but could actually be a lot smaller. And that would be your phone bill, and T-Mobile can help. I personally just switched to T-Mobile a couple of weeks ago. Why? Well, because of this. Yeah, that's actually a real phone bill that I received from my old carrier just last month. But T-Mobile has 3 brand new plans to make sure that never happens. You can get talk and texts for only $10 a month, data plans starting at $15 a month, and unlimited for everything for just $45 a month. And switching plans is actually really easy because you can keep your same phone number and use pretty much any phone at this point. But what's also great is that Ting partners with several massive networks in the US, which means that it's very possible you can keep the exact same carrier that you're using right now, but at a huge discount. So if you've ever gotten a phone bill like mine, your service probably won't change. So whether you use 2 GB
Sarap together! New Lucky Me Beef Chili Mansi Mami!
Let's look at the most unusual borders around the world.
Oh, say can you?
Thanks for watching. Comment below what videos you want to see next.
Wait, who are these people?
Write some poems or I'll end your life.
Oh, he's helping me.
You can have him.
Shoot!
The next day.
What the f-
You saw nothing, boy.
Wait, what happened to
Write some poems or I'll end your life. Hey. Wake up, you prick!
You really are a complete dumbass, aren't you? Okay, I'm out. What a wuss.
Will you marry me?
Okay. Oh. This cake tastes like ass.
3 days later.
I brought cupcakes every.
This isn't what it looks. No.
Okay. Kiss me.
I'm 16.
Kiss me anyway.
Hey, buddy, I can.
Okay, asshole, be that way.
Hi!
This is fine.
Time to relax. Nissan butter coconut.
Nissan butter coconut.
Can you tell if this was made by AI? We made an AI content authenticity tool. Simply install the extension, enable scanning, then hover over any image for fast results. Install our free AI Detector Chrome extension now.
You've probably seen these before. I hope. Formula 1 is a world championship and as such races all around the world in various different countries. 21 this year to be exact. My name is Mr. V, and I've made a few videos at this point discussing all different logos associated with Formula 1 and which of them would make the best tracks. And underneath every single one of those videos, by far the most popular comment is asking me to give the same treatment to countries. Now, some of you may have seen that a couple years ago Tomo travelled back in time and copied this video. You know what? That's understandable. This is a very good video, and Tomo, I forgive you. I highly recommend you check out his video, but after you do that, you should probably come back here, because in his one he talks about 10 popular countries in Formula 1, but in this video we're looking at every race on the 2025 calendar. That is right, we are looking at which Formula 1 host country would make the best track. And also some things that aren't countries. As always, we're going to be trackifying these countries with a few rules. As standard, we assume each of these places is flat, we assume each of them goes clockwise, and we assume all of them are average length for a Formula 1 track, just to keep things unbiased. But then we need some special rules if we're talking about countries. Firstly, some countries have been very unhelpful and split themselves up into separate pieces separated by water, which they apparently call islands. There are no Formula 1 track design regulations for jumping over water, so we need to figure something out here. Do we consider every island as part of the main block of the country, or do we exclude everything that's floating out in the sea? I've decided we'll go somewhere in the middle and give every country the squint test. Basically, if the islands look joined up when you squint at them, they get to stay in. But if they still look separate, they're going in the bin. That means Japan will be keeping all of its major islands, Shikoku, Kyushu, and Hokkaido, but the United Kingdom will be losing Northern Ireland. I mean, geographically speaking, it looks like it should be part of the Republic of Ireland anyway. Hope that's not a controversial political statement. Should probably look that one up. 1 second. Well. Then secondly, we need a country has. As I found out recently, the borders of different countries can get pretty long. Over the length of that border, they can get bendy when you zoom in. And I get the feeling that a track with hundreds of thousands of corners is going to be a little bit tedious, so we need to simplify them somehow. But how do we do that fairly? Using the UK as an example, I could trackify it like this, or like this, or like this. But as a Formula 1 fan, some of these options feel... So, as a completely arbitrary rule, I have decided that every country will be limited by the number of corners that its actual track has. So the UK can have no more than 18 corners, the same as Silverstone. Now, I would like to note, this is a rule that I regretted immediately when I started making these tracks. That's all the rules we need to get to it and get them all up on the tier list. And we might be able to crack out the is it better than the actual track board. Right, 24 tracks, 21 countries. Time to head to the airport. Case, check. Passport, check. An easy and affordable way to use mobile data on my phone while I'm traveling? Check. This video is sponsored by Saily, an eSIM app from the makers of NordVPN. If you're heading off to another country, maybe to watch a Formula 1 race, for work, or just for a nice little holiday, you've probably thought about the hassle of not having your normal mobile data once you arrive. You could get a roaming plan from your normal provider, but those can get pricey. Or you could download Saily, select which country you're going to, and then choose from a range of data plans all at affordable prices. They even have plans for entire regions in case you're traveling around Europe, or maybe hopping between a few different places in Asia. Saily takes away the trouble and makes sure that you're still connected wherever you go, so you can still use maps, still read reviews for food places, and still look up how to order in the local language. But let's be honest, you're just going to say it slowly in English, aren't you? Saily is the easiest way to stay connected when you're traveling, and with the built-in ad blocker from the makers of NordVPN, it's the best way too. If you want to try Saily for yourself, you can get an exclusive 15% discount when you use the code MrVGarage at checkout. I wasn't allowed enough letters to get the S in there. That's code MrVGarage when you download the Saily app, or you can go to saily.com/MrVGarage. Thank you, Saily, for sponsoring this video. Now, back to the tracks. I'm not actually going to the airport. The budget for this video went on my Adobe Photoshop subscription so I could make the track outlines. And speaking of, let's kick this thing off where the actual 2025 season started, in Australia. The Australian Grand Prix takes place at Albert Park, which has 14 corners, and so the map of the country turns into something like this when we make it a track. Okay, you know what? I think we might be starting out strong for once. Nice corner speed variety. We start the lap off down this big bendy straight, carrying a lot of speed into the Melbourne curve before we get to the very technical Adelaide chicane. We then have some unique corner profiles up on the north coast. I think this section from 12 to 14 would be a pretty good challenge, trying to carry as much speed as possible to maximize the pit straight. Lots of it has some nice flow, but that being said, I do think the tight sections here are a bit too tight, particularly the chicane at 2 and 3, and the rest of the lap looks pretty prone to the dirty air problems that plague so many other tracks in Formula 1. I do think there could be some overtaking opportunities down at 5 or maybe 7, and you know, even if you can't fight someone along the north coast, it is still an interesting challenge, so I think any given lap here would be quite fun to watch. I think this could score quite highly. I'm thinking high B tier for Australia, near the boundary for A, but not quite over it sadly. And while this thing is decent, it is not as good as the actual Albert Park, like 16 corners, and so the country turns into something like this. An interesting mixture of corner complexes separated by these huge, sweeping flat out sections of the Himalaya Strait, the Mongolia Bend, and the Shanghai Curve. And no, before you ask, these things do not get corner numbers, do not question my track maps. I do love the start to this lap. A tight turn 1, which is bound to see some action at the start of the race, a couple S's, and then a run into another couple off throttle S's up in the northwest, which just have a beautiful flow over a single lap. The slipstream opportunities down the flat out sections also mean that fights can continue for basically the entire first half of this lap. Nice. My only concern with the Chinese track is this nonsense down by Beijing. You had a good thing going, China. What is this? Turn 11 would be okay in isolation, but 4 extra slow corners in a row just means this section would feel bad. It's a bit of a shame then flow-wise, but I do still think that this track gives excellent overtaking and fighting opportunities. And so, despite the Beijing blah, I am going to stick China up in B tier once more. I think it's the bendy straights that did it for me. I love a straight that's not quite straight. Don't read into that sentence. And also, while this is good, I would say that final sector means it's not quite as good as the actual Shanghai International, so nothing is going on the is it better board just yet. Japan gives us something a little bit different, with its long, narrow chain of islands giving us a thin track with lots of unique bends. Hang on a second. We've just made Jeddah again. It's not exactly like Jeddah though. The lap starts with a high-speed section down into the Kyushu Spoon, which is a very important corner to get right so you can carry maximum speed through the Kink of 4 and up to the Ishikawa hairpin. Pretty good start to the lap then. The northern end of the track though is a bit... If you took just a couple of these corners, you would have a nice challenge, but all of this together makes a very slow, very windy second half of the lap. Just way too many changes of direction between 10 and 16, meaning there's absolutely no chance of a fight through here, and I don't think it would be particularly fun to watch in quali either. And so because of all this stuff up in the north, I'm going to have to stick Japan down in C tier. The Bahrain International Circuit is of course in Bahrain, the fourth smallest country on our list today. We are obviously going to kick out the Hoa Islands down here, but we're also going to kick out this island, Al Nasan, so we're just left with the central chunk of this thing. Turning this into a track, the straight coasts of the south give us some very long straights, with a couple sweepers to keep us interesting, meaning that most of the corners on this lap are up in the north around Manama. Initially, this looks a bit messy, but following the line through here, I think this could make some interesting racing, with multiple chances for cars to get side by side. I could definitely see a slipstream up this straight turning into a fight through 4, 5, 6, and actually that could probably carry on through 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. After that, the last two corners are very slow and very cramped together, which I just don't think is fun for Formula 1. But I do think you could get some fun racing here, so I am going to stick it up in B tier, which is decent. But the actual Bahrain International Circuit, which sits right by turn 3, in case you're wondering, is a solid A tier in my opinion, and so this thing is not going on the Is It Better board. The actual Jeddah Corniche circuit has, officially, 27 corners, so we have quite a lot to play with when converting Saudi Arabia. I didn't use all of them, instead getting this layout which has 19 corners, and actually, it looks kind of like a track you might see in the real world. It gives me vibes similar to maybe Road Atlanta, Mount Panorama, Circuit de la Sarthe, but like smaller. We start the lap with some medium speed corners before a more technical section leading us onto the longest straight of the track up the Red Sea. Turn 11 here is a devilish flat out kink in a Formula 1 car, which could turn out to be extra sketchy if you have to get on the brakes before the apex while travelling at 220 miles per hour. Could this corner kill someone? Yes. Has that ever stopped Saudi Arabia in their track design before? No. The rest of the lap gives us some more high-speed kinks and this weird triple chicane, which is very similar to the one at the end of the Las Vegas street circuit. I don't care for it personally, but I can appreciate how it ups the skill ceiling of a track and makes it a truer test of driver skill. You know what? I think this is actually a great track for a driver with a lot of opportunities for an overtake and a feel similar to many classic tracks around the world. I'm thinking this could be an A tier track, which brings us to the question, is it better than Jeddah? I know some of you are big fans of the Jeddah Corniche circuit with its buffet of high-speed, dangerous corners, and I will admit we have had some fun racing there, but I quite like this thing. It is close, but then again, I do believe that Jeddah has only had fun races because Max Verstappen keeps putting on a show, and if he specifically didn't have a quick car, the races would have been much more boring. And so yeah, you know what? I would prefer the Saudi Arabia track over Jeddah. It's going on the board. So, our next race is in Miami, which is obviously in the United States. But we have a race later in the year called the United States Grand Prix, so I think we should leave this map until then. But that begs the question, what do we do for Miami? The race is called the Miami Grand Prix, but I don't think we should be turning city boundaries into tracks. So instead, let's take the highest level subdivision after country level, which in the United States is called a state. It's a long-winded way of saying we're doing Florida. as US states go, Florida has one of the more interesting shapes for a track, and when we transform it, yeah, these square corners up at the top obviously give a vibe that this is partially a street circuit with some kind of park section down below around a lake or something. The first half of the lap is obviously very quick, with turn 6 being the first major braking zone after you've flung yourself around turn 5. And I quite like the look of that actually. It's a nice challenge for a driver and it will force some errors in a race. Really nice mix of ideas here then, with some good variety in the corner complexes. But I do worry about this slow section up by Jacksonville, particularly the transition between turns 12 and 13. It's similar to the Monaco hairpin, but if the hairpin was shoved closer to Mirabeau, just not fun. But that's really my only issue with this place, and the horrors of the Jacksonville chicane are more than made up for with these banger corners at 1 and 8 in particular. Some issues mean I can't give this top marks, but I do love the mix of high and medium speed corners, so this thing is straddling right on that line between A and B tier. B tier. In terms of the Is It Better board, I actually think the rating for this is similar to the Miami Autodrome. In a way, I'm tempted to put it on this board just to spite the Miami track. I am concerned that the chicane hairpin thing on the Florida track is worse than the underpass chicane in Miami, but then again, I think the rest of the lap is more fun on the Florida outline, and so, yeah, you know what? It's going on the board! Okay. Okay, so just like Miami, we now have another conundrum. Our next race is at Imola, which is obviously in Italy, but it's not the Italian Grand Prix. This race is called the Emilia-Romagna Grand Prix, named after, well, Emilia-Romagna, a region of Italy. I guess it's like a US state in a way, but not as independent. And actually, my main issue with this thing is the shape of it is just kind of boring to turn into a track. And actually, if we look back in time, the race at Imola has only been called the Emilia-Romagna Grand Prix 4 times, 5 if you watch this in like a week or 2. But there is another name that's been used 26 times at Imola, the San Marino Grand Prix. San Marino is small, smaller even than Singapore, making it the second tiniest thing on our list. And so the track does actually show off some of the finer details, making the overall lap lumpy. Oh, it's just like Jeddah again, but if someone blew it up like a balloon. This place is dirty air hell, particularly in the final sector. The first sector is alright and ironically reminds me of Imola, but after turn 10 we then get stuck in this Jeddah style nightmare where you are constantly swapping from one corner to the next, and you can guarantee there is no hope in hell of cars ever having a fight through here. I do like some of the corners here. Turns 1, 2, 3 look like they could be fun, and I do like the hefty sweepers of 8 and 9. But this rally stage mess is not what we want in Formula 1. So overall, I'm going to have to stick San Marino down in C tier along with Japan. And no, it is not better than the actual Imola. From the second smallest thing on our list to the smallest, it's time for Monaco. Monaco is so small in fact that if we took the 19 corner track around the outline of this place at real size, it would only be 12 kilometers long, which is long but not totally unreasonable for Formula 1. It's less than 2 laps of Spa. But to keep things fair, we assume this is the same length as all the other country tracks. And so while we do still have to-back corner with the exact same profile and entry direction, it is now tighter and therefore slower than the actual Monaco version. The lap starts with some corners reminiscent of the Baku City street circuit, but we do then get a fun kink through turn 3 into the slowest section of this track. It's another hairpin, exactly like the real Monaco. They can't keep getting away with this! The rest of the lap is similar. We have some high-speed sections like the big boy bend of turn 9, but other than that, the lap is pretty slow with 3 hairpins and multiple slow 90-degree corners. But then again, the real Monaco is slow as well. I can't see any good locations for an overtake here. But then again, you can't overtake in real Monaco either. This thing is not great. I'm thinking C tier at best, but I am wondering, can we add it to the Is It Better board? In terms of suitability for Formula 1, actual Monaco is the worst thing we've got. And so while this thing isn't exactly a banger, I am going to say it does go up on the board because if nothing else, it's normal